was actively engaged in promoting science to young minds at the school, undergrad, and postgraduate level. Our main aim in this symposium is to show the use of photonics and optics to greatly enhance biological and medical inquiry, as well as to bring together professionals from various fields to promote active discussions in these fields. The symposium also serves as an outreach program for the student chapter. Now, I would like to commence the inaugural ceremony by inviting our esteemed guests onto the dais. Dr. M. S. Valiathan, former Vice Chancellor of Manipal University and National Research Professor. Dr. Poonima Baliga, Pro Vice Chancellor of Manipal University. Dr. K. Satyamurthy, Director of the School of Life Sciences, Manipal. Dr. K. K. Mahato, Professor and Head of the Department of Biophysics, School of Life Sciences, Manipal. And lastly, Mr. Harsh Ranawat, President of the Manipal University Student Chapter of the Optical Society of America. It is of the utmost importance to remember the Almighty in all we do. As such, I would like to invite Ms. Roshni Shetty of the second year BSc for the invocation.
गजवदना पालिसो पालिसो गजवदना पालिसो पालिसो त्रिजगदोडेय श्री भुजगभूषणा गजवदना पालिसो पालिसो ಏಸುದಿನಕ್ಕೆ ನಿನ್ನ ವಾಸವ ಪುಗಳುವೆ ಏಸುದಿನಕ್ಕೆ ನಿನ್ನ ವಾಸವ ಪುಗಳುವೆ ಲೇಸ ಪಾಲಿಸು ನಿತ್ಯ ವಾಸು ಸುತನೇ ಲೇಸ ಪಾಲಿಸು ನಿತ್ಯ ವಾಸು ಸುತನೇ ವಾಸು ಸುತನೇ ಗಜವದನ ಪಾಲಿಸೋ 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 ಭಕ್ತಿಯೋಲ್ಬಜಿ ಪೇನು ರಕ್ತಾಂಬರಧರಾ ಭಕ್ತಿಯೋಲ್ಬಜಿ ಪೇನು ರಕ್ತಾಂಬರಧರಾ ಮುಕ್ತಿ ಪದವಿಯೋ ಶಾಂತಿ ಸ್ವರೂಪ ಮುಕ್ತಿ ಪದವಿಯೋ ಶಾಂತಿ ಸ್ವರೂಪ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಸ್ವರೂಪ ಗಜವದನ ಪಾಲಿಸೋ ಪಾಲಿಸೋ ಗಜವದನ ಪಾಲಿಸೋ ಪಾಲಿಸೋ ಪೊಡವಿಯೊಳಗೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಬಿಡುವವರಾರು ಪೊಡವಿಯೊಳಗೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಬಿಡುವವರಾರು ರನ್ನ ಬಿಡುವವರಾರು ಕಡು ಹರುಷದಿ ಕಾಯೋ ವಿಜಯ ವಿಠಲನೆ ಕಡು ಹರುಷದಿ ಕಾಯೋ ವಿಜಯ ವಿಠಲನೆ ವಿಜಯ ವಿಠಲನೆ गजवदना पालिसो पालिसो गजवदना पालिसो पालिसो गजवदना आ गजवदना आ गजवदना पालिसो पालिसो.
Thank you, Roshni. No ceremony is truly complete without the words of welcome. So invite Harsh to welcome the dignitaries and delegates.
A very good morning to one and all. Firstly, I would like to welcome all the dignitaries on the dais. Valyatan sir, Purnima ma'am, Satyamurthy sir, and Mahato sir. I also extend my warm welcome to all the speakers and thank them for accepting our invitation for this one-day symposium. The Optical Society of America, OSA, is an organization dedicated to promoting the use of optics, photonics, and related fields in research, community, and the society. In terms of educational outreach, they organize student chapters, where events and programs are conducted and organized and handled by students, the resources for which are provided by the organization and the institution of establishment. OSA recently celebrated its 100 years of establishment. The Manipal chapter, on the other hand, is just 1 year old, and we have had a lot of good experiences in it. We started the chapter with a very handful of members, but with the guidance of our beloved director, Dr. K. Satyamurthy, Mahato, and Dr. Mazumdar, we have grown in number and impact. In terms of outreach, we have gone to neighboring schools, we have attended symposiums, other conferences, and represented the chapter. We have conversed with other student chapters in the world, and we have had regular meetings within the chapter itself. Today, we want to extend our outreach with this one-day symposium, the deliberations of which will include topics like photonics, biophotonics, optogenetics, crystallography, and microscopy. With a small, brief introduction such as this, I thank all of you all for coming here. I welcome you all to this one-day symposium on advances in biophotonics, biooptics, and optogenetics. Thank you.
Thank you, Harsh, for that rousing welcome. The lighting of the lamp is a ceremonial gesture that symbolizes the bringing of divine light into the day's events. I'd now like to invite the guests on the dais for the lighting of the lamp. I'd like to thank all the dignitaries for taking part in this ritual. Professor Valyatan, a Padma Vibhushan awardee, National Research Professor, Chancellor of Manipal University, renowned cardiologist, known for his relentless work on heart valves, and more recently, his intense passion for traditional medicine. He has gracefully accepted our invitation to be here. May I request Professor Valyathan, sir, to address the gathering, please.
Thank you. Dr. Purnima Baliga, Pro-Vice Chancellor, Dr. Satyamurthy, Director of School of Life Sciences, Professor Mahato, Mr. Ranawat, distinguished guests, and my young friends. I am delighted to be here this morning to speak on this occasion. I must first of all question my own credentials to come here today because this subject is not something I'm very familiar with. I had never heard of the Optical Society of the United States of America. But on looking up, I found it is an international body which has been in existence for 100 years. And we are having a chapter right here in Manipal. All these are very important, new for me, and I'm very proud that we are having establishing this here to spread the awareness about this new discipline. And I must thank you for inviting me to come here and meet all of you. But looking at the title, it is very clear that optics is finding a new frontier and interface with biology. This is not totally new because I found Simon Fraser University in Canada, where Myman, the man who made the first laser in 1960, in that center itself, Biophotonics is in the title. Not entirely new because they had seen the interface with biology. Because the 20th century, especially the double helix, the impact of biology is so great, its mantle on practically everything, even space science, astrobiology, Ayurvedic biology. Everywhere you find biology is making its impact. And it is no wonder that in our School of Life Sciences, you find photonics having its footprint there. So it's an extremely important area because often great advances come from interfaces. One meets another. It doesn't happen when you are shut up within a compartment which you build yourself and you cannot get out of it. You cannot get out of the conventional ways of thinking. You become a prisoner of yourself. So unless you get out of it, there is very little that you will find that is new. So I must compliment you for choosing these areas. Many of those which you find there, they are interface areas, which is very exciting. Many years ago, when I was a college student, optics, we never heard about photonics in those days. The term didn't exist. That time it was optics. And we used to learn it by doing refracting lenses and all that. That is where my knowledge stopped. But later on, I discovered, especially with the advent of lasers, that's where the whole picture changed. I had vaguely heard about Townes' great work on lasers. How in Washington, D.C., where I worked for several years, he was sitting in a park. Many of you would have read that. And suddenly it came as a revelation. That's exactly what he says. He even says it's analogous to religious revelation. He suddenly felt microwave augmentation of light that could be done. Of course, he did a lot of theoretical work to show this. No laser came out of that, but he did all the basic work that came exactly as a revelation to him. In a way, after all, lasers, it's amplification of light. Now, what he was doing in that park is amplification of thinking, because thinking becomes very much more powerful. When you, just like light, when you amplify the direction, the wavelength, they're all identical, then it becomes extremely powerful. Something like this happens for thought also. So what he called revelation, it was something like that kind of concentrated thinking. There he made this great discovery for which he got the Nobel Prize. But the laser, as we use it, which transformed our lives, that came through the work of Myman, another American physicist, a product of Stanford University. And he made the first laser, a ruby laser. That's what led to all the developments that we have today. Science. It is inconceivable. You cannot really think of scientific research today in any field without thinking of lasers. You take, for example, my own field of medicine, whether it is diagnosis, whether it is treatment, everywhere lasers are used. If you take scientific research, every field you will find lasers being used. All the instruments we use, smart instruments, there is a component of photonics there. It's inconceivable. A country can have defenses without powerful lasers. Even Star Wars, for example, again you find lasers being used. And most importantly, communications, tons of data. That was again the work of a genius, a Keough, who got Nobel Prize also. So many Nobel Prizes in this area. Because they found that silicon glass fibers could be made tons of data. Again, it is photonics. So you find the impact it has had is extraordinary. But the bad news is, these are all great achievements, no question about it. They have made life easier, safer. Our entertainment is very much better. There is nothing that it cannot do. But the bad news for us in India is, all these instruments that we are talking about, 90% of these high-tech instruments we are importing today. We have no capability. We don't make them here. Countries like Korea, for example, they became a country after our independence, country of 20 million people. We have failed to achieve here. In the field of lasers, for example, or instrumentation in general. There are several reports. One of the most recent is Dr. Sikka's report, who was a director of BRC. He should know that high-tech instruments, regardless, except perhaps in defense, space, and atomic energy, technologies by Western countries. Only in those areas we have been able to develop technology. Other areas, 90% we are importing. Now, no country can be a developed country or claim to be a developed country unless they have strength in these areas. And there are many reasons for this. There are several reports about all that, the diagnosis of this. One of them is the government and the private sector, they are not investing enough in research. It's very true. That is long complaint, but it is there. There is no question about that. Second, academia-industry interaction. We talk about it a lot. But in the Western countries, it's a very easy, seamless type of relationship. I can remember in Johns Hopkins where I worked, we had made a particular surface which was non-clotting. You know, in the body, blood clots everywhere. Any tissue, except within the blood vessels and the heart. If you put it in the stomach, in the intestine, in between tissues, it will clot. Outside, it will clot. But inside this system, it will not clot. Homeostasis, it is called. It has been a subject of great interest to physiologists. Now, we had developed a surface there at that time, which could repel clots, permanently thromboresistant. Now, we had published a paper. It had serious limitations on that. We had pointed out this has these defects, so it cannot be clinically used. But within a matter of 2 months, Battelle Corporation, a scientist from there, Dr. Leininger, he came. He wanted to, they'd seen this paper. They said, these 3 defects which you have pointed out, we can correct them. We can do something, an alteration on the surface before you attach heparin. That will solve the problem. And we can make a surface. Now, this is what I mean by seamless relation. No agreement, no MOU, nothing. They have seen that paper. They thought a creative solution to this, and they come. Now, this we have not been able to do in India. This is a very serious problem, which has been identified. These, our atomic energy space, we are doing so well. Technologies they have developed, they don't percolate into civilian sector. It doesn't happen here. The watertight compartments. That is another problem. And for us, we should be aware. When something is developed, you go to a big institute in India. There is a department of instrumentation. Obviously, they are using photonics also. Electronics they are using. But after 30, 40 years, a room like this full of instruments developed there. Probably all are products of MTech thesis, done by very bright young people. All of them will have an IPR. Not a single one of them is commercially produced. Not a single one of them is being used by the schools, colleges, or people. Now, this happens to a large, this is something total unawareness of this. Immediately, if there is any possibility there, the IPR, it is protected. They demonstrate, they validate it. Suppose you have made a particular instrument, it works in my hand, in my lab. That's not enough. Your result has to be replicated by 5 others. Then only it becomes technology. This is never done here. Naturally, call something technology when it is not technology. These are mistakes we make. So therefore, there are a number of reasons like these. But the most important of all, which should concern us, that is the lack of innovation. I found in 2003, for a particular piece I was writing, I looked up literature. I found in 2003, the patents, US patents, which is a good way of looking at innovation. In 2003, United States had 5,000. Japan had 1,000. South Korea had 800. China had 7. India had 5. Similarly, if you look at Journal of Instrumentation, I believe it is a very highly important journal in instrumentation. There again, the number of publications from India, it is only a handful. So that contrasts that with all the things that we claim to have developed. So this decline in originality, I should not say absence, that is a very serious concern. So when you have optical society, we are promoting that here. What is it for? It's advancing knowledge, like towns, comes with a whole new field which didn't exist earlier. That is one of the functions. It comes through discussions, contacts, all that this society will promote. That is one, very important. But second, equally important according to me, is what Myman did, make a laser, a hardware which you can see, feel, use. That is something which we have totally ignored here. And this is something, unfortunately, culture. It's not anything new, because if you look at the history of India in medicine, that as far as I'm aware, many of you would have heard of a name called Sushruta. Sushruta was a great pioneer surgeon of India who lived perhaps a couple of centuries before Buddha. His book is still available. You can read it. Now, at that time when he lived, surgeons were highly respected. They were acharyas, venerated. They made instruments, did operations, everything. But the same, by 3rd century, that is about some 800 years after he lived, there was a big social change in India. All the people making these, doing operations, making instruments, making steel, Indian steel, Mauryan column, rustless steel, all of you would have heard that. You can go and see it even today. There is no rust. How did they make the steel? Everybody knew, they admired this, including Europeans. But the reality is, in this 4th century, when the surgeons and the instrument makers, they were all considered as lower castes. They should not be invited for auspicious functions. So there was a very great social engineering of a negative nature, which destroyed us. Now that people making steel in Madhya Pradesh, the British had come in the 19th century. They sent experts to see how these people were doing this. There are detailed reports available. You can read how they did rhinoplasty. These were all done by the man doing a plastic operation in the nose in Pune. He was the so-called lower caste. He was a potter. Only potters could do this operation. No Ayurvedic physician would do it. Similarly, the man making steel in Madhya Pradesh, he was also a lower caste. And the Englishman, Franklin, he writes very clearly, he asked him, they have made a refinery, all this, looking crude, but inside dimensions are constant. He writes all this. Even diagrams are there. Whenever he asked him a question, why have you done it like this? Why cannot you do it the other way? Isn't it easier? No, that I don't know. My father has taught me like this. Every time he would repeat this answer. In other words, he had no idea why it was being done like this, why it couldn't be done in some other way. That is thinking. So there was a strange disconnect between the hand and the brain. That's what happened at that time. That is affecting us even today. We don't realize it. We think, we write a paper, and then we move on to another one. But it doesn't translate into something which is usable, not only by me, but many others. You must be aware of this. So when you do your advancing in your studies, exciting, a few of will be like towns. They have the capacity for concentrated thinking. Not everybody can do it. With revolutionary discoveries, that should be encouraged, nurtured. It is the duty of every university to identify those people and nurture them. But at the same time, very much larger number, they are no less intelligent, concentrating on product development, which will be not only halfway technology, it will be something which you can use successfully, but others also can use successfully. So it goes into industry, into production, so that we don't have a situation that 90% of the high technology we use, we have to import. What good is learning if that is the case? Because if that is continuing, medicine, for example, 90% of the technology we use, it means 90% of Indian population have no access to it, because the cost is beyond us. Similarly, if educational instruments, if they are too expensive, Manipal University may have. But remember, we have something like 1,500 universities in India. Only 100 or 200 will have these. Also, Indian students studying there, they don't have these instruments. So if you this to millions of our country, our students, our people, then you have to think of this, that learning, research, both these aspects. One is the theoretical foundations, insights, all that. We should treasure that and promote it. But at the same time, pay equal attention to practice, use, something we can use. That is important. And Sushruta, again, I must quote, he says in one place, for a surgeon, theoretical knowledge is absolutely necessary. If you don't know your anatomy, if you don't know pathology, then you will be a very poor surgeon. But that's not enough. You have to know how to operate. So if you don't know both, you are like a one-winged bird. That's what he says. This is equally true in science also, especially in an area like photonics. So I hope you will remember this and work hard, and I hope your society will advance these objectives. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your words. Dr. Purnima Balaga to present a memento of our appreciation to Dr. Valiathan on our behalf. Dr. Purnima Balaga, Dean of Kasturba Medical College, one of the top-ranked medical colleges in India. By profession, Pro-Vice Chancellor of Manipal University, ever smiling, and an able administrator. She has kindly agreed to be here. I would like to invite her to share her thoughts with the assembled gathering.
A very good morning to all of you. On the dais, colleagues, my friends, my dear students of Manipal University from various institutions, and I'm not very sure if there are participants from outside Manipal. So the delegates also for the symposium. I think listening to Dr. Valiathan for the last 15 minutes, we are transformed and taken into a different world, and he made my job very easy, and has given such a beautiful explanation of everything that has to happen in science, and very apt for today's topic. I think in that 15 minutes, we really learned a lot. And one thing that really that pained me was that in our country, so many things are happening, but we are not able to translate and see that it reaches the grassroots level. There are so many universities, as they put it, they may not have facilities, but the universities of repute like us, we are doing so much. But is it getting translated? So I think student bodies like this are doing a program, symposium, workshop for two things, like he said, advancement of knowledge and also to do research. And it's very important that both are like two faces of the same coin. Get translated into research and research into publications, and we stop there. Student bodies should, I think, see that you all are young minds, very young, long way to go. You're bright, you have a lot of ideas and thoughts. And I must compliment that this OSA is, I think, one of its kind, at least in Karnataka, it's only one. Be 5 or 6, that's what has been told to me. So I must compliment you for that. But just don't stop at that. See that you have brought up one chapter like this. I think this chapter should really make a difference in photonics and optics or whatever you want to. How you can take it further and really make a difference in the field of science is very important. And a chapter like this brings in a lot of students from, which means you have students coming from medicine, MIT, life sciences, and whole lot of things. You are at a great advantage in Manipal, having a whole lot of institutions. So wherein you have engineering students coming in, they can tell you a lot of things about biomedical aspects, bioengineering aspects, whereas medical students will tell you how to convert something into medical devices. You have a man who's sitting here, Dr. Valiyathan, who made Chitra valves. I think, and so cost effective that everybody uses them for the valve surgeries in cardiothoracic surgeries. So all these things, what we have to translate is very important. So you have medical students, engineering students, and life sciences students. So put your minds together and make sure that you make a difference to the society and of Manipal University. And as you know, Manipal University encourages a lot of student activities like this wholeheartedly, and they stand by you and give you a lot of incentives. So it's not for the incentive, but for your own good future, that you may be bright students, maybe the scientists of tomorrow, and you may definitely make a difference because you have a long way to go in life. I wish you all the best. Do well. And I see whole gamut of topics for the day. Enjoy each topic. Ignite your minds. Talk to each other. Bring out a lot of questions and deliberate, discuss, and bring out some solution to the problems and for a better future, better tomorrow, and better India.
Thank you, ma'am, for your eloquence. I would like to request Dr. Satyamurthy to present a memento of our appreciation to Dr. Purnima Baliga. As we now come to the conclusion of the inaugural event, I invite Mr. Saurav Pateji of the second year BSc to offer the vote of thanks.
Good morning, one and all present here. Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, members of OSA, and delegates. I, Saurav Patej, on behalf of Manipal OSA Chapter and School of Life Sciences, feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to deliver the vote of thanks on this special event. Now, I would like to thank our chief guest, Dr. M.S. Valiyathan, National Research Professor, for accepting the invitation, inaugurating the special event, and delivering the inaugural address. Thank you, sir. I would also like to thank Dr. Purnima Baliga, Health Sciences, for accepting the invitation and addressing the gathering. Thank you, ma'am. Words are not enough to thank the director of a college, Dr. K. Satyamurthy, for his patronage of this event, as well as the amount of time he has given to make the event a possibility. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank our faculty advisor, Dr. K. K. Mahato, for his continuous support and guidance. Thank you, sir. I would also like to thank Chapter President Mr. Harsh Ranawat for his hard work and dedication to manning the helm of this event. Thank you, Harsh. I would like to thank the panel of eminent speakers of the symposium for gracing the occasion. Thank all the HOIs, HODs of Manipal University. I extend my sincere gratitude to all the faculty members and the research scholars for their kind presence and support. My gratitude to the press, the Manipal Journal, and MTTN for covering the event. Last but not the least, I would like to thank all the office members, OSA chapter members, and the delegates for their presence. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Saurav. I would like to now conclude the inaugural event by inviting the dignitaries to take their seats amongst the audience. We will now have a short recess of 5 minutes for the setup. Thank you for your patience. Anyone who has not completed their registration formalities, please go and complete them. And we will be serving tea now.
The mic work. Cordless skip connect.
Cordless ಮೊದಲು ಕೊಡಿ. Okay puga. Tirtika.
आदित्य उसको आकाश को भेजना है इनका। हाँ सर Nirmal sir. So what is the name of the presentation? Mark this one out. Put this cycle chapter, sir.
Who? Which one?
Sir, what's the name of the presentation?
So which one is the
Last
presentation?
one.
Functional organic crystals.
Last one, right?
Yes.
Yeah, reactivity organic crystal. It's fine. Which one?
Just open it.
Yeah, this one.
Copy.
Is it pen drive?
Yeah, sir, spend. Just copy.
Which session? Second, right?
Second, first one.
First one. Thank you, sir. The pen right. Thank you, sir.
Che.
Pen market. Sham sir, I'll take it from Vijendra Prabhu and Jai Shri. Jai Shri, who's Jai Shri?
Jayashree ma'am is here.
HOD, right?
No, no, no.
Who?
See? Attention everybody, we'd like to request you not to tear the paper on the tables because it's for the examination being held. Okay?
Check. Yeah. Can they hear me? Hey, good morning, guys. No, I'm just testing my mic. Sorry.
Right. Sorry, sir.
I guess my voice is audible then. Is it okay now? Hello. I guess this is going to be like this. works. It's just that okay now.
It's working, but
Then this should be okay, I guess. Oh, when did this happen? You guys are really.
check, check. Check. Check, check, check. Check, check.
मेरे को बोलो नहीं मार करता है ना
Check, check.
उसका बहुत कॉस्ट है वो माइक
Check. Okay. They can hear. Okay. So, will I get my session now? I'm going to get my session now. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Thank you, guys. Yeah, yeah, I'm ready, sir. Thank you. Oh. Oh. Okay. I'll just put it here. I think it's okay. Uh, He said it's very expensive one. The first one. Vinod. Oh, which one?
Sir, this is fine.
Ah,
This is backward. This is fine.
thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'd like to welcome you all to the first session of today. My name is Nada Yusuf, and I'm a student of second year BSc, and I'll be the MC for the first session. First speaker for today is Dr. Vinod Jyoti Kumar from CFTRI India, and I'd like to call upon Bhargavi Karna to introduce him to the delegates. Dr. Vinod Jyoti Kumar is a freelance consultant for EHS and risk management and an independent biosecurity consultant at Mysore. Dr. Vinod received his PhD in life sciences from University of Strathclyde and is an accomplished professional with expertise in strategic planning, research and analysis, process improvement, quality control, and EHS management.
He has been formerly associated with University of Virginia, USA, as a research associate and co-facility manager, and George Washington University as Lab Safety Officer, EHS. Out of many areas Dr. Vinod has assessed, he has administered institutional biological safety, monitored institutional animal care, worked as the biosafety and radiation safety consultant for Human Subject Protection Program, performed peer review of PHA and PSSR protocols, etc. The accomplishments by Dr. Jyoti Kumar include his work with the Science and Engineering Hall, Biosafety Level 3 Lab Design, his operations for Science and Engineering Hall, Milken School of Public Health Labs, his supervisor roles in nanofabrication and imaging labs, along with his work with Global Threat Reduction Initiative. He has a number of publications in the renowned journals nationwide and internationally. And today, he's going to speak on application of photonics towards biosecurity and food security. Please welcome Dr. Vinod Jyoti Kumar.
Thank you. I can hear. Okay. I'm just setting a timer for myself so that I don't exceed. So first of all, thank you very much for having me in this first full-fledged OSA chapter, and for students because I've been a part of it, and it always kindles a lot of ideas, and most importantly is you have a great network among faculty members and other staff members and across borders. So I encourage more and more students and friends who definitely can participate in this and be a member with OSA. My topic today is application of photonics towards biosecurity, food security for surveillance. Yeah, it sounds completely away from what today you're going to listen to the other talks. The reason I decided to accept this talk because field of photonics application, people are pretty much narrowed in biomedical spaces, bioengineering spaces, and pretty much in other applications. I wanted them to give an insight towards public health and how photonic devices or other technologies can be expanded and extended and embedded to the public health. And other than that, I really want to start an awareness in India, especially about the biosafety, biosecurity, and food security, because not many places they talk about this. Although we got labs, we got nationwide fantastic labs, we got great research happening, amazing publications, world-renowned institutions, and always safety takes a step back. I'm not saying they compromise it, so don't get me wrong, because there are many institutions that really seriously think about regulations and safety. But I'm more interested how when safety becomes, or when people becomes complacent of the compliance. So basically, one mistake when you're in a lab can lead, or you can be misguided and overstepping the biosafety, causing harm for yourself and others. So in my topic, I'm going to cover basis of biosecurity, what is biosafety, biosecurity, bioterrorism, and what is defined as bioterrorism, and what are the techniques or what are the methods that we can use that can screening for such an event in a public avenue. And also I'm going to touch based on applications. I was telling the organizers that although my title carries photonics, I'm not going to throw in jargons of photonics or lens, because I got more experts here to talk about this. But I'm here to mainly to give a shade wherein those applications can be extended and applied to my talk today. Here, sorry. Biosecurity, I'm sure everybody is aware about this movie, Outbreak, right? So I don't want to take you back. It's about a movie wherein, yeah, I'm old. It's a pretty old movie. So many of them are looking each other. Oh, yeah, we are not seeing this movie. Yes, I'm 1980 product, so this movie came in 2000, I believe. So all the newer generations is available. It's a very nice movie. Talks about how instead of quarantining an animal from a different country, it's been breached. From that breach, how it affects the entire city. It's a little bit dramatized, but the whole core of the fundamental aspects, I liked it very much. The way it is handled, biosafety labs triggered into a biosecurity problem, in turn changed into a bioterror problem. So these are some of the topics that I will be covering in next couple of slides. Hot Zone, it's a great book from Richard Preston. If you get an opportunity, read that. Infectious diseases also plays a major role in my talk. So biosecurity agents and infectious diseases, they go hand in hand. Some of the present infectious diseases like pneumonia, diarrhea-causing disease, meningitis, or hemorrhagic fever, for example. I'm sure everybody is aware about Ebola, right? I think a year back, we had a huge crisis in Africa on Ebola. And if you had followed those stories, you'd have even seen some articles wherein how one lab was actually working with hemorrhagic viral fevers. And I didn't put that slide, but I have that publication in Science from that group, sequencing of a highly pathogenic viral hemorrhagic fever. It is so sad. Only one person was alive in that entire authorship. The rest of the people were dead when this exposure happens. So I'm just speculating. There's still a lot of people thinking maybe it's from the lab, but they still know the grounds is not still clear. But still, Ebola outbreak was pretty huge this time when it happened. And similarly to pneumonia cases. So why these diseases? So you can see that some of them, when these outbreaks comes, the causes for it is unknown. And these are primarily candidates for a biosecurity agent. Why biosecurity? If these falls into a wrong hands, misuses to affect a larger public area. When would they misuse it? In next couple of slides, I'm going to talk about dual use policy. But for people working in fundamental research, when they are working with genes from these kind of infectious diseases, there's a lot of other issues can come. So I'll talk about in next couple of slides. So what is these terms mean? Because I'm going to talk about a lot of biosafety, biosecurity, maybe bioterrorism. So what does it all mean? It all seems to be sounding in a similar pattern. But biosafety is clearly says knowledge, techniques, equipment to prevent personal, laboratory, and environmental exposure to potentially infectious biohazards. That means is within a laboratory environment, within a research building, within an institution. When it steps up is the biosecurity applies, prevent intentional, remember these words, intentional and unintentional form of releasing these organisms, coins the term biosecurity. So that's why whenever we design or assisted designing high-level labs for anthrax, or for that matter, high-level titer of HIV or chikungunya virus, which is a single-stranded RNA virus. So it's a positive strand. So I hope here a positive single-stranded RNA virus can easily self-replicate. It can prepare its own capsid and everything if just it is passaged to a cell line. So it's called infectious DNA. So when we design labs, when I work with these kind of research people, a major role. Biosecurity involves physical security, right from the camera, biometric system, and main importantly, documentation and waste collection. Food security is again a part of biosecurity. It applies when biosecurity expands to agro and food industries, it becomes food security, because we don't want intentionally somebody or unintentionally somebody causing a food to spike the food so that it affects general public. Bioterrorism, this is where you intentionally release an organism. I just want to be wear my advocate hat here. See, these words are very, very important. So I can give you an example. In US, I think long time back, there was a student didn't know that ricin is potentially a biotoxin. So according to the federal regulation and USDA, if anybody have the possession of a ricin molecule, they are subjected to a terror law. They will not be asked any questions. They'll be put behind bars. And because ricin is isolated from a plant seed, castor seeds. I'll just show you in detail the molecules and its effect. But he was justifying that, no, I was just buying the castor seeds. Consuming castor oil or castor seeds is okay. But the moment it is being processed and you know that ricin is coming out of it, then you will be subjected to a bioterror law. So why I'm stressing it here is all the students and faculty members, they're all using a lot of small molecules in your research. Even for a moment, don't think that a little bit drop, if you're dropping ethidium bromide, for example. I think ethidium bromide many labs are using. But I don't know if you guys stopped using it, because in most of the Western countries, they have stopped using it because decontamination is a very ritualistic process. So they have moved on to cyber gold and cyber green. But if you're using, example, ethidium bromide, if you spill it, you report it to the manager or to the staff member, because it's very important that being complacent of not reporting such of small carcinogenic or teratogenic compounds spillage can create problem. So it may take some time, but if it affects your colleagues, then it'll be you'll be subjected to very stringent laws. So again, I'm not giving this talk to make you guys paranoid in the lab, but it's an awareness program. I felt it's very necessary for today's laboratory management, and more importantly, for the students working in the laboratory management. Labels, please read the labels. Nowadays, people are so ritualistically worried about their diet, and they read all the diet labels. In the lab, you have to read labels, because without reading the labels, do not proceed further. So biohazard labels are very important. A general overview, according to CDC, there are 3 categories: Category A, Category B, Category C. Category A being the highly classified, highest concern of potential threats, mostly Ebola, hemorrhagic viral fevers, those kind of strains. Category B agents, second highest priority. We had the anthrax incident in 2001 through letters, and that's Category B. And then Category C, third highest priority. It may not cause effect to the general public, but if engineered for a specific expression of a specific toxin gene, then it can be used as potential weapons. So I guess I came out of the slideshow. Yeah. Okay, since this slide is here, talk about dual use policy. What I was talking about, so in many research, you guys work with a lot of technologies, photonics technologies, and also fundamental research. So what is dual use research? If the application, research tool application is used in biomedical research, biomedical or any other industry applications that can be translated, then that comes under dual use policy. For example, I can give you, I don't know, a few months back or maybe a year back, they stopped the huge scientific community abroad to stop the publication of a influenza viral study, because there were a group of scientists, they isolated this flu virus, and they started to do a genome read the complete genome and publish the genome science journal. Few slides back, I just told you, if it falls in the wrong hands, they can turn this as a weapon. So this is exactly what I was talking about. So when you do research, which is exacting research, just for a moment, we have to think whether it's translated to, can this research be translated to harm general public? So then dual research policy plays an important role. Again, in India, we're still lagging behind in a lot of these policies, not to mention that we are not working on it. It's just that we have a structure wherein all high-level work has been carried out in high containment labs. None of the other universities have got high containment labs yet. But in future, if every institution goes for a high containment labs, this policy needs to be in place because everybody will have a hands with their potentially targeted agent. In Western countries and other places, any protocol that comes to my table, one of the form that every PI has to fill in is this: whether have they read the protocol and have they are aware that whether this technology that they are developing or whatever the research they are doing, does this subject it to dual use policy? Okay, we have finished this. And to understand clearly, this I think many of you will understand. I don't know how many Tamil audiences here, but I'm sure Kamal Hassan is pretty famous. So I got this not because I want to distract everybody, just to show this subject, Dasavataram, that he just portrayed, a simple concept, but it clearly says they, as a group, engineered a microorganism, but the company was trying to sell that to a terrorist organism. Here in this movie plot was the company was curing cancer and they were procuring large amounts of radioactive material to cure the patients. He was selling that to a terrorist organism. This is exactly what comes under dual use policy. What is happening is when a project or when a research is happening, we have to understand what is the purpose. Suppose if these kind of high-level containment labs or high-level research labs, when they fail to do proper screening of this, accidents do happen. Again, there's so much of, I would say it's been too much blown up information shown in this movie, but at the bottom level, the message is pretty clear. So whatever you work or whatever research you do, although it's a small scale, always be aware what are the agents that you are dealing with. Infectious diseases, I know I don't want to go in detail, but infectious diseases is infection from the source material. So for example, Vibrio cholera. So anybody who is contaminated with Vibrio cholera, you eat contaminated food, you get cholera. But these are, you cannot pass this from person to person. But it changes to contagious diseases when this becomes from the source material to the first point of contact, and this point of contact can transmit to other people. This is a fundamental, I would say, pyramid that is there in every public health, right from a common cold to a smallpox exposure or a plague exposure, MERS, swine flu, everything. So that's why whenever there's a huge outbreak around the globe, everybody are focused on it, because now across the globe, everything is connected. People travel frequently. The globalization has taken place. So if an infection outbreak happens in Asia Pacific, it is easily can be transmitted. Like for example, the NDM1, the New Delhi resistant bacteria, it was finally flown from Delhi to States. How is it possible? So because of this, the nature of the organisms, and during this, that's where the research and science comes into play. These organisms, they don't have brains, but trust me, they are much, much higher IQ than us. These guys can adapt to the environment. They can change their genome frequently, especially polio virus. Although we are eradicated polio virus, World Health Organization proudly said, I am still have got a lot of reports from other developing countries. There's still people affected with polio. So given an opportunity, you have to always be aware that when you travel to any new places, please, I'm not completely, from States, or I lived completely my lifetime outside India. I was born and brought up here. So one thing I know about Indian thing is when we travel somewhere or when we go to do something, we don't consider any of the safety measures. Take, for example, even a simple train journey. We just go with it. One thing we just self-justify, and we just say that, hey, we pray that we don't get these diseases. That's good, because I also pray. But at the end of the day, you should also understand, if you see anything unusual and if you feel you want to sanitize immediately, please do. Do not postpone it. So when you travel, I always tell people, please have a record. When you travel to places, so the CDC has got a yellow book. Every year or every 2 years they publish. So when you travel abroad, go through that book. You will know which are the countries, what are the present outbreaks they are facing, and they also update what are the vaccines that you have to take. And you can go to the local authorities and request for those vaccines, and then you can travel. The reason why I'm saying is, swine flu outbreak that happened in India was one such reason. And people just thought, it's swine flu, we don't consume too much swine, so we don't get swine. These are the things they run in mind. They don't think, okay, we are traveling, we are coming back, where are we traveling, where are these flights going? So in general, even when I go and talk to corporate level, or even for industry people, I even tell them, along with the leave attendance sheet, I tell them, if anybody leaving, please ask them to fill in the data so that we will know, if at all there is an outbreak, we know who is the point zero, the ground zero point. And especially is very important at present nature. Look at this room. Where is the fresh air? It's been at least a decade. India has changed a lot because the classroom, the architecture, and even the environment. In any building that we go today, there is no fresh air. In a cubicle, one such case was in, I don't want to name the company, very curious case. A HR we were just talking, and he said, Vinod, I've been getting leave letters over leave letters. People say they've fallen sick, but they are genuine people. They are genuinely falling sick. They're not making this up. And it was very difficult to track because most of the places, the indoor air quality, nobody checks. And this is the biggest challenge. Why I'm saying this, not to get paranoid, but just to be aware. So somebody has to ask, okay, sir, did you ever check this inlet air, or did you ever check? So if you're not comfortable or too long in a place, take a walk. Go out, get some fresh air, and get in. This not only boosts your immune system, but it also gives you some kind of energy cycle also, because sitting inside, staying in the recycled air is not too good. So one such incident was, this company was having a dengue case. Of course, it's traveled by mosquito bites. But this patient, along with dengue, he was carrying a secondary infection, TB. And it was masking it. So he was getting cured for dengue, but he was an active vector for TB. He was coughing, sneezing, and everybody got infected, even people who got vaccinated. So it is very important to know that you have to keep your eyes open, ears open, please constantly see what is in other places, like presently in Mysore, a lot of dengue cases coming up. In other places also lots of dengue cases coming up. Just have a knowledge about what's happening around. Even within your class, if some of your friends fall sick, please ask them what is everything okay, or is there anything serious concern that you need to think about? Because if it is contagious, you have to report it so that the authorities will know how to contain it. Otherwise, an institution like this big, it can spread faster because everybody reaches everything, right from doorknob to laboratories to the environment, everything. So that's why it's very important to understand the nature of biomaterials. Another example for contagious is rabbit fever, Francisella tularensis. Lots of people in US do research for this with this bacteria, and this is a class 3 agent. So I personally also worked with this agent and also designed a lot of labs. It's a very tricky bacteria to work with, and it's a class 3 agent. Sometimes you may also have to wear mask. So this is just an example I just want to say here. What about bioagent threat? As we saw, many multiply in the bodies. Some symptoms are delayed. Like I said, some are vector, so people will be carriers. So there was a documentary in Netflix available where they called the Typhoid Mary. It's a very nice documentary. It's about 40 minutes. In old times, there were, every time when in a small community, when a patient dies, they go for autopsy. And they found out, okay, the patient died with typhoid. And they weren't sure how this happens. Some of them are not exposed. Then they found out the nurse who's attending these patients was a carrier. And finally, she also succumbed to it, but she was a carrier for a long time. So that's why it's very important for you to understand some of them will be infected, symptomatic carriers. They may not exhibit any symptoms, but you have to be aware with the surroundings, okay, what's happening and what are the precautions to be taken in such cases. Other types of bioagents, we got bacteria, viruses, biotoxins. I spoke about ricin. Even ricin has got another incident in US wherein I think some of the public didn't like one of the MPs, I guess. They posted ricin letters to his home. So it became a huge problem. And in New York, a student, a pharmacology student, yeah, this is very important. A pharmacology student, he just had his class on extraction and processing. And nobody knew why he chose castor seeds and decided to do extraction. And the time of when he was doing it, he didn't think about the moment you process castor seeds, you're under federal law because ricin is produced. No excuses given for him. He was sent behind bar and he was under a very strict law. So what the outcome of the story is, if you learn something in some other processing industries or anything, before you have your own small eureka moments with your colleagues in the lab, always please run through the chain of command. Means your supervisor, your lecturers, or if you have any other person that you want to consult with, do that. Do not self-experiment in the lab. So for that means, even if you are working with any small molecules, it always triggers. During my PhD, I always get enthusiasm. Hey, I added this much of ethidium bromide. It's so less, I'm not able to see, but I need to impress my boss. Band in 100 kb, then I won't be able to finish this week's project. So what I do? Add more ethidium bromide, more the merrier. This is Indian thing, you know. We keep add sugar, it's good. We keep add sugar. Oh, it's sweet, but still good. Even sometimes some of the teas will be with sugar. Sugar is already added. Then they will add again sugar. Sir, you want sugar? So I think I say Indian thing because I'm also Indian and I also do that. It took a long time to change. It is the change that we need because remember in research, more is not merrier. And research is not about result, I always tell to people and students. Anything comes out of a project is a result. If it doesn't work, it's okay. It's a result. So at least people coming behind you At least you are told them, do not go in that direction, go in different direction. So outcome of this slide is, if you come across any processes or any protocol that you would like to do on your own, do not take risk. Always seek attention and move forward. This is one slide, gives you an overall idea of all small molecules, proteins, peptides, bacterial toxins that use in everyday cell biology research. In many places they use, right, from cell signaling, membrane potential study, you can name it. So, but it's very important that all these small molecules, not only expensive, is also toxic. So working with any such materials, please read the labels. If you spillage, please follow the protocol to clear it from cleaning it, and work with the supervisors to tell them what's happening. Because all these are very, very important, and none of it should be taken as light, even if you want to mix in a coffee and give it to your friend. It's a very laughing material, right? But seriously, it happened in US. There was a triangle love story, actually. Guess what the girl did? She went material over a period of time, and she thought, oh, it's only small millicurie, there's nothing is going to happen. One day he crashed. No, she thought, okay, nothing will be seen. Where it will go? Body cannot decompose it. Xenobiotic reactions, degrade it. It stays on the body. The autopsy came out. They even nailed to a point which manufacturer got that radioactive material, and through that they narrowed it down. This girl was the reason. It might be funny. Why I highlight this point today is, not only in, don't think I'm targeting students. Students are much better. In industries, mobile technology has come last decade. From that technology, we have moved to even higher, wherein with WhatsApp and everything, in real time, human emotions plays an important role. I also take behavioral safety classes. This is very, very important. Where you're doing experiment, you see a WhatsApp message, personal, professional, whatever you may call. Even a small smiley can alter brain function for that moment. So my advice to everybody is, do not take your mobile phones when you work. Always keep it away. And especially when you take these mobile phones, remember, to your lab, you're also taking something from a lab to your home too. And not only to your home, to your bed. Not only to bed, you wherever you go, because you take mobile phone everywhere, right? For sleeping, for going to the restroom, which is sick, but I see a lot of people doing it. And now there is also a doctor friend of mine who called me and said, Vinod, guess what? I'm giving counseling for people not able to have a proper bowel movement without taking mobile phones. Yeah, they say it's a laughing material, but seriously, it's a bigger problem. If you don't have proper bowel movement, Crohn's disease. Crohn's disease in the Indian system is very big. I lost one or two members in my own family without proper diagnosis for this disease. If you don't have proper bowel movement for a long time, remember bacterial accumulation, and that can generate a huge problem. So yeah, so I feel that these kind of small things, how it translates to big problem is a challenge. So that's what most of my talks to corporate, I always tell, small things, it may be funny. I also share a funny joke with them, but the reality, all this happens. You have to be very careful. So what I always tell students and other colleagues who are working in the class or in labs, please do not or do not carry your thoughts from what had happened before, because that plays an important role to your work. You maybe even want to sabotage somebody's work, even that is criminal offense. You can't do sabotage was work for a year or 2 years to sabotage your work. So I always tell that people, please don't get distracted with small things, but always get focused. More importantly, don't get hurt yourself in any environment. This is another toxin, plant toxin, isolated. It's used as a biotoxin for, and also one of the biosecurity agents, arbrin, isolated from plant arbus. Clostridium botulinum, it's pretty famous. It's usually, we all learn from high school, I guess, from 10th standard textbook, botulinum toxin, but we've not read all these in detail. But it's very important. But how many of you have really thought about it when you buy a tin food? Some of my colleagues even opening it is light rust. Hey, nothing will happen. Yeah, we are putting in microwave, so it's good. So that compromise, everywhere there's a compromise. So we have to be aware before we, step into, when we actually step, when we know certain things we are not supposed to do, just think about it. And this is where your judgment from through your emotions, that's where compromises do happen. That's why I always tell people, do not get distracted when you do a job. So botulinum toxin, neurotoxins is also very important as a bioagent. Ricin, tetrodotoxin, it's a puffer fish. It's a delicacy in Japan. So, puffer fish contain large amounts of tetrodotoxin. People have not reported any death from eating this, but they'll be numb for long hours. So that's one example here I want to mention. Key concerns for biological research. What are the key concerns? So just reiterating my previous slides, cloning of a new unknown organism related to human health. Suddenly you have a eureka moment. You feel, oh, we take that gene, put it in this organism, we can produce, we can get a lot of things. Remember, I always told you, when organisms doesn't have brain, doesn't mean doesn't have high IQ. When you put something that doesn't belong to that organism, there is always a system when you do passaging, the organism will get back to its old nature, but giving to a new strain. So, oh, that's almost my talk. Good. I can't stop my own watch. Okay, I'm shutting up. So so that's cloning of toxin gene. Again, all these in the regulations. Deliberate transfer of the drug-resistant bacteria. Cloning from a highly dangerous pathogens. This is a PubMed search. You can see how, because of 2001 anthrax outbreak, suddenly everybody wants to work with anthrax. There are still a lot of documents people are working with. Viral hemorrhagic fever and unknown viral hemorrhagic fever. So why I'm showing all this is, all this research, like this morning, we heard it from our Vice Chancellor, is you have to translate this into work and understand what's happening. Because here they just publish these results, but where is these results going to be applied for? Who's going to be benefited with these kind of sequences or research is very important. So this gives you a general overview of class 4 laboratories across the world. In India, we got one. Well, this is a long time back. I guess now it will be a little more higher. But class 4, they deal with Ebola, hemorrhagic viral fevers, and those kind of agents. What we know about weapon of mass destruction, just reiterating my previous slides, we don't know whether the strain is potentially harmful, biological attacks. Medical experts don't have any idea if such attacks happens, how to screen for symptoms. These are the challenges in general public health. And experts do not know the disease agents will be caused same as the previous epidemics. Even H1N1, you know how the outer membrane keeps changing. In influenza, we have got how many number of strains we have got right now? H1N1, H1N2. So such that if these strains keep jumping, we'll end up generating more new strains. General idea of how a public health emergency works: preparedness, early warning, notification, response, recovery. So in a general public health area, now everybody should be aware how to respond. For this matter, I should also let people know how to respond to a fire drill. It's very important. Don't be complacent with a fire drill. Please respect that and do what you should do, because whatever the system is placed, we have to follow. Otherwise, if there's one failure, it will be a big problem. Microbial forensic, this is very important. Anything that we recover in a major epidemic, microbial forensic plays an important role, right from recovering the evidences, ground zero point, applications where all the optoelectronic devices comes in place. And this is where a lot of new applications have come to detect all these type of strains. One such example I can show you is one of my article, intrinsic autofluorescence. Many of these organisms has got autofluorescence. So there are a lot of lasers, LEDs, different wavelengths can ignite certain signatures from these organisms. So this can all in devising or designing a new device for screening molecules. And finding markers is also important. What are the finding markers for certain epidemics? So we have to learn from the past and see what are the markers we got right now, or do we have a device to screen those markers? Biosurveillance is also important. With all my previous slides, detection, analysis, providing timely response, do we have backup, providing epidemiological intelligence. EDI is very, very important. Intelligence gathering is itself, it's a science from Google resource. So understanding in public health programs plays an important role. For testing biological agents in public, we got environmental testing, nasal swab, culture, blood culture, selective media, gram stain. These are all general jargons. I think everybody will be understanding this. Immunoassays, gene amplification, PCR. These are some of the web-developed surveillance systems available already, wherein you can log in and check on day-to-day basis. Essence electronic surveillance systems for early notification of community-based epidemics, which follows ICD code. You know what's ICD-9? It is a code for every disease and every condition. So based on this code, they put all the factors that's inputted and they publish in this website. Biosense, again implemented in 2003 by CDC. They also release all information. So you must be wondering, all this CDC and US related, why is it important for us across the globe? Some of the websites like this one I really like, Health Map Project. If you go and check in real time, it shows, okay, how many H1N1 break in Asia Pacific, anything in India, any specific measles reported, measles outbreak, everything is being updated. So I think these are all, the systems is already in place, but there's no awareness for among the people. So it is very important for people to understand and with the system that we have got and be aware whatever we do, around us. And finally, I guess this is my last slide. Yeah, I'm a biosafety professional. I did intensive research in my PhD, electronics. One of my first paper was in time-lapse microscopy of studying Streptomyces bacteria, and somehow I've developed a passion for regulation and compliances. And another reason I should say that there's a huge break between the bench research and the people outside the wall. They understand what they're doing. So I decided to be a mediator in understanding and outside and connect both worlds. So presently I do a lot of consultations, trainings. I help in understanding regulations, also decode, prepare guidelines for people. And for students, if some of them are interested in short projects, ideas, I'm always open for consultation. I always encourage them. So I also interact with Dr. Mazumdar time and time and again with any ideas or anything, because all I wanted to do is, the reason for such a topic in this arena is, do not get an application point of view. There's a huge array, there's a huge platform wherein you can think out of the box, you can develop something with mobile phone for environmental assessing, you can use, because a lot of things happening right now. We have got 3D printing capacities, you got 3D printers available even for public, which I'm actually against it because I'm not a big fan of 3D printing. In India, I think it may take some time, but in US, 3D printing has become a huge debate because people can print guns. That come into law. And US, everybody are allowed to have guns, so I print my own guns, my own bullets. It's very difficult to track, so it's becoming challenged now. It's thankfully there's not much of gun culture, so here 3D printing is available. What we should do is use it wisely to develop new medical devices, nano medical devices, or micro medical devices. Medical devices, don't think it's only for medical application, environmental application, point care. Oops. I guess this guy is going to be pissed off with me. So, and those kind of application. So I end my talk saying that do not get clouded with one area of application of the box, and always think that new applications, new photonic applications definitely paves way for a long way in public health. Very much for this opportunity, and definitely thank HOD here for inviting me, and Dr. Satyamurthy for inviting me to give this opportunity to share my activities and create awareness about biosafety, as well as trying to link how you can link that with photonics. And a special thanks to who has very patiently bearing with my emails. I was very slow in replying, and thank you very much, and all the students for the great organizing committee. And I wish you more success, more talks, and more membership. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd now like to call upon Dr. Satish Rao, Associate Director, Research, Dr. Jyoti Kumar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. And thank you for patient listening.
Next, we have Dr. Angela Brand from Maastricht University, Netherlands. I'd like to call upon Russell Castellano to introduce her to the delegates.
Professor Angela Brand. She's a full professor in the Department of International Health, the Faculty of Health, Medicine, and Life Sciences, and is a professorial fellow at Maastricht University, the Netherlands. She is also director of the European Center for Public Health, as well as Dr. T.M.A. Pai Endowment Chair in Public Health Genomics and adjunct professor at the School of Life Science at Manipal University, India. She's a pediatrician, a specialist in public health medicine, holds a PhD in pathology of public health from Johns Hopkins University, USA, and received her habilitation focusing on health technology assessment. She has been the pioneer of public health genomics in Europe. She serves as an expert for the European Medicine Agency, the OECD, WHO, the EC, among others. She collaborates with industry partners such as IBM, Roche, Pfizer, Amgen, Novartis, and a few others. Her research focus is on public health genomics, personalized medicine, big data analytics for public health, data cooperatives, and innovation management. She'll be speaking on the use of medical devices for early detection of Alzheimer's disease. a challenge for personalized medicine. Please welcome Dr. Angela Brand.
Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm really honored, and I had the pleasure to follow a little bit the presentations, the preparations for the symposium, and I would really like to compliment you and to say that we heard in the very beginning how important it is also that it gets into social innovations and to translate. And you started already this process when it came to the marketing, for example. And I think it was so professionally also how the program, how it's on the website, and also in the main campus here around the corner. So very, very visible. And that's one first step of awareness creating. So congratulations. And somehow I thought maybe we should leave the organizations of symposia to our students. So congratulations also what you received the last year. It's amazing. So now coming to my talk, use of medical devices for early diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease, a challenge for personalized medicine. And I would like in my first part to focus on personalized medicine, talking about that now, why at all and why now, and then also devices and giving the example of Alzheimer's disease. Why are we now talking about personalized medicine? Yeah, well, these are not so good news to say that what we are doing with our health interventions, treatment or prevention, therapies, our evidence base is not very good. It's only 15 to 20%, so it's less than 50%. It's somehow very, very, very little. So you can see there's a lot of room for improvement, a lot. So why is that? Because in the past, we always looked at this one size fits all. So one treatment for the whole population. And that works for some, but in many, many areas it doesn't work. And we learned that we need to look really at the person, more specific, the person, the biology about the person, etc., social environment of the person, and also on what are the patient needs, person's needs. So we need, on the one hand, population-based strategies like communication, vaccination. We need stratified, we say, the subgroup of the population, for example, screening, newborn screening, cancer screening, and then we need to go to the individual level. So even with counseling, but also understanding why this specific person gets disease or problems. And why are we there right now? It's due to the really emerging, had been so merged in the last time, the field of genomics, and estimate that's only possible because the analytical and enabling technologies is providing the evidence for going into that direction. So that's why without these medical devices technology, we would not be there where we are now in. And I think this is one of the areas with the highest potential in medical devices where we can really get to personalized medicine. Omics, all the omics together with the technologies, and that applies to all diseases, infectious disease, dementia, antibiotic microbe resistance, obesity, cardiovascular diseases, addiction, vaccination, rare diseases, everything. So what's the definition of personalized medicine? You will have a whole landscape of personalized medicine definitions, and they are sometimes overlapping sometimes, but in a nutshell, and I think this is really one of the definitions we use now in Europe, is personalized medicine refers to a medical model using or approach, a model, approach using characterization of individuals' phenotypes and genotypes. That means including the molecular profiling, medical imaging, for example. They should have written more medical devices or that lifestyle data, the right therapy or strategy for the right person at the right time, and or to determine the predisposition to disease and or to deliver timely and targeted prevention. So it goes to prevention and early prevention and to the last stages of therapy or rehabilitation. So it implies to the whole cycle. When we think of genomics, you're the experts there, many of you from life sciences, that of course we are no longer in the area of the human genome, but it comes to the personal genome. Every person is. And that means that in the past, we looked in a very linear way. Here we have a cause and there we have a disease, but that is changed a lot with systems biology, systems medicine, where you see it's very dynamic. These are really non-linear networks. And then you heard maybe about the 4 Ps. On the future paradigm of personalized medicine to transform from curation to preemptive medicine, so to be more predictive, personalized, preemptive, that's going beyond prevention, it's active prevention, and participatory, where the person takes an active part in it. Can also be a driver of their own health for some extent. So to learn how, with the genomics, what is changing in the way we look to diseases and risks. For example, that all common diseases, cardiovascular diseases, for example, are in the end multiple rare diseases because there are so many subtypes. If you look at cancer, every cancer in each different. So it comes to, we say, a very rare n equal 1, we say. Then also to understand how diseases belong, which we didn't bring together before. Just this week in the news, again, when you look at psychiatric diseases, because schizophrenia, bipolar, depression, and we should look more for symptoms. We can't way. And when mentioning before the ICD classification 9, for example, the International Classification Code, we are so wrong with that. And we, even with the 10th edition is now almost there, we will have difficulties to work with that because it's exactly categorizing in the way we saw it in the past. And then to understand not there's one risk factor, but their risk whole life course of a person, and to understand how it's changing over the life course. We work with something where we say be clinical utility. That means it has for the also came from epidemiology, clinical trials, and there you look at population or you controls compare. But what we need now in that field is to work with something what we call personal utility. It's a benefit for yourself, the utility, and then you compare with yourself, and that is also very new. And the epigenomics is very important field for us in the moment to understand the link between environment, social sciences, and the biomedicine, and how that reacts with the technologies. So that then we are able for early diagnosis of individuals, for adult onset diseases, what happens very early, and even in conception phase, pregnancy, childhood, etc. What are then the consequences much later? And that's not new. It was almost 100 years ago. Barker is his name. He already wrote a beautiful book on that. And now we can explain more with epigenomics. And then novel preventive and therapeutic approaches in an asymptomatic health status. So what we really need is to monitor the individual, the health, the lifestyle, a surveillance. You heard before also the word monitoring, surveillance in another context. That says we need something like personal health and care. That's the term I prefer, not personal medicine, because it goes much beyond that. Personal health and care. And we know that all disease without any, even a broken leg, is due to genome-environmental interactions, whether it's chemicals, then biological, foodborne diseases. We heard also in the last talk about that a lot, and the food security, for example, physically, radiation. Also here again, we could again make the link with biosecurity, social and factors, and if people are totally isolated, they die. That is one of the most threats. Totally isolation, loneliness. Environmental exposure, we know in the context of epigenomics how important it is. So for example, looking at cancer, bladder cancer, there are so many factors, whether it's food, whether it's a workplace we work, asbestosis, we are facing physical activity, fat, etc. And all this interacts in our body. We call it the exposome, and that we measure, we try to understand, and also to measure the internal chemical environment. So for example, xenobiotica, and that's also a field which in the last really speeded up a lot. And now, the analytical enabling technologies, that's where we are here. There are so many nanotechnologies, you know, from the labs in nanopore, small chip where you can like to look for laser, photoacoustic, spectroscopy, sensors, imaging, cloud computing, 3D printing. And here, you know that the MIT, they got the prize for 3D printing that was in the international press. So India is doing very well there. And we heard again, what is also always a backside when you have an innovation, which is always the case that there is a risk, and we should be aware we cannot avoid risks. There will be always, but the more we talk about, and the public is aware of it, the more we have a way not to control, but channel it maybe in a good way. Even with the guns, 3D printing, I can understand, but maybe to channel their ways. Or like we do now, 3D printing on possible. And now in Europe, you have to get that the drones are registered. So by that, you can track and misuse. Lab on a chip, organ on a chip, fixed NGS, autofluorescence page fingerprint, that I learned from a biophysics PhD defense. And then CRISPR, tissue engineering, or virtual individual molds in silico. So these all are medical devices, and they are much more. I just listed some of them. And so next, now I'm coming to the second part, to the use of medical devices and example of Alzheimer's disease. So this is a grant we just submitted together with Dr. Arto and Nirmal, and about enabling cost-effective early individualized diagnosis and prognosis of Alzheimer's disease in invasive, portable, photoacoustic spectroscopy medical device. Much too long title, but in this case, we had for the grant to tick the boxes also. Minimal, invasive, cost-effective, and to describe the device and the disease. What is the idea? Alzheimer. Alzheimer is an aging disease related to age. At a certain point, maybe with aging, most of us will get some kind of dementia, like we all might get cancer. It's a question of age. It's estimated that 1.3% of the population in a few years globally will suffer from that. And in India, it's also very much decreasing. A little bit later, the curves are rising than in, for example, Europe. It will be a major problem. So when you think about the first thing comes brain, or dementia, care in hospital, at home, and not only the patient suffers a lot, not understanding anymore what is wrong with me, why can't I concentrate, why I'm in a bad mood, why Yeah, but also the family later a lot. It's really also for the society, of course, because it has also will rise a lot of costs with it. And for early screening or early detection of diagnosis, the easiest test in the moment is to let the patients, where we don't know whether they have Alzheimer's at the moment, draw a clock to do it anymore. So the clock has not, here's a 12, there's a 6, the 3, the 9. No, I did it wrong, no? No, I put it for myself. But they are not able to do it anymore. And then also, of course, computer tomography and PET, yeah, and NMR technologies we use. But they're very expensive, and you need the hospital setting to really make the diagnosis. And in the end, you see the autopsy in the end, really the extension of the plaques or the neural losses. We thought, is there a way we can do better? And there had been literature in the past, very few, that the brain symptoms are not the first symptoms. Much, much earlier, before, patients have lung problems. And I'm even thinking back in our family and asking other patients, they say, yeah, I had here problems with pulmonary problems for a long time. It developed. Interestingly, just an anecdote, we also see very parallel lines with Alzheimer and with diabetes. We don't know yet really why, but it's very parallel. So the idea is to use that idea, okay, it has to be something with the breathing. So to measure with photoacoustic spectroscopy, laser-based, the ammonia levels, patients, and to follow that and to compare with normal population. And there even might be that it's so sensitive and so specific that in the literature, what we see so far, one can even differentiate, is it Alzheimer, is it Lewy body dementia, another kind, is it Parkinson, so very specific. And you might think, okay, what is the benefit? If we come now more to the system-based, so you can, maybe we will come also with that results to a conclusion we should start breathing patterns, lowering the ammonia level in the blood. And also to develop this medical device, you can do surveillance and monitoring at home at the patient, like a little machine. But I think Dr. Mahato may also describe it a little bit more. So there is potential in it, and it's also much cheaper than the technologies we have at the moment. So let's see how this. And then, now the question is, what is a medical device? So here you saw one example that in Alzheimer context, that would be a medical device. Is it a drug? Is it a vaccine? Is it a biological product? Is it a combination of all this? Or is it something very different? And some definition, and the Indian definition goes even beyond, is much clear what you now will, implement in 2018 on medical device directive. Here it's from Europe, and it says any instrument, apparatus, appliance, even software, so an app for the insulin pump would be medical device. Software, material, or other article, blah, 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 you don't need to read this, is a medical device. There is, and also for the purpose, diagnosis, prevention, monitoring, treatment, or alleviation of disease. For me, that is the most interesting field in the moment. Huge potential. And it was in the Hindu, when we came in April, It was a heading, the most market growth in India is expected to be in that field. Medical device regulation, which you have in India right now, is in a good way, because it will attract from globally, I think, companies, SMEs here, because it is, you get, for example, one license once a time, and you don't need to renew it, and things like that. So it's I think, a very good. So medical devices, you have a hip joint, for example, you have a heart patch, blood transfusion catheter, and you have also models with variations. For here, this is, for example, an intraocular lens where you can modify also one device, and even according to a person, medical device. When we started public health genomics, we said we need to translate our research. And in 2005, in our definition, we said already the responsible and effective translation of genome-based knowledges into public policy and practice. So we thought about these enabling analytics technologies. So not only genomics, but together with that. And I still think that was wise. It's still very actual. Timely. And now, 10 years later, developed the roadmap we set on personalized medicine in shaping Europeans' vision for personalized medicine. And one challenge was, how do we get the innovations to the market? You heard in the very beginning, any technology, if it's stuck in the research part, this is one of the major hurdles in the moment. So innovations are there, but they are not translated. And then not only, it means always a technology innovation has to become a social innovation. So to bring it to the market, to make it available. Always innovation starts very small, and then it's scaling up deeper and access to all. That is for all. That is the end goal. What is required from the regulatory part is what are the risks related to medical devices. And because they are not harms, there had been a scandal with breast implants in Europe, for example. And because of that, the medical device directive really was speeding up to agree on that and to implement it. So the basic principle here for medical device is a classification based on the risk, and you have 3 categories, and the 3 is the highest one, and there you need notified bodies to assess that. And here that is one part of the regulation in India. So other bodies can do it, but the level 3, there you need the notified bodies. And you have low risk, high risk, and all medical devices are not placed in the same basket of risk. And that makes it very, very, very difficult. Is it a high risk? Is it medium? Is it one? Might be quite clear, but for the others, extremely difficult. And then, of course, the question is, and now I have again the example of Europe, the approval and reimbursement process, because it's not enough to approve that it's safe, that's effective, efficient, etc., and to get through clinical trials, but you also need to make sure that it's paid for from the healthcare systems. So you have on the one hand the approval part, we say. On the other hand, you have the reimbursement part. And the first part, there you look for the benefit and the risks, and you do an assessment. And normally it takes long. For drugs, for example, you have 3 phases, it takes 10 years. But now there are what we call adaptive. You can even, for drugs, for example, in phase 1, by looking how the drug works for one individual and of one individual to get approval of a drug. And that had been in the orphan disease field. So around rare diseases, rare cancers, there already a lot. It's used a lot in the US, in Europe hardly, but there also, that is something which is pushed a lot under the drug development in the moment. And that AA means medicine adaptive pathways to patients with the pilot. And then how is it with medical devices? Medical devices was quite, I say it now, provative, unregulated field in the past. And but it was seen what really could also be the harm and the safety. Now the regulation goes into the direction of drug regulations with even higher standards. I first expected the opposite, because again, companies are very strong there, and they use this, I would say, more sloppiness of regulation in the past to enter the market. So that is no longer possible, I think, or hardly possible. But you have to, after the R&D, research and development, you have to show the clinical evidence, and it gets a stamp, the CE mark. Now the question is, you see, I put it together, can we really separate these two so much? And we cannot. The theranostics is already example. Companion diagnostics, that's the most interesting part. And novel technologies, biomarkers for development, they are really at the edge. Is it a drug? Which medical device, which class, etc. And what is clear, that we need much more evidence to create on the medical device and clinical trials around that, especially in the high-risk groups. So the question is, when it comes to approval and reimbursement, so far these are two different systems. And the approval, are there differences between drugs, medicine therapeutic products, and other chemical or biological products? No. And we can use the regulation also we have already now, like on orphan drug regulation, like on and then there is now a new wording which is interesting, borderline authorities. And at a meeting on nanotechnology recently in Switzerland, where from all countries, India was the Indian, also not FDA, the Indian, had been a representative and discussing with FDA, with other countries, how to deal with these borderline products. So my last slide is, challenges are huge. We need what we say the real world testing, including the technologies, enabling analytics in that assessment. Look closely on the borderline products, how to regulate, and then improve alignment of international regulations and policies. For example, now we have the Indian one, which is what I would say the best on medical devices worldwide, and they look what are the Canadian doing, what are the European, what are Japan's doing, and put it together. But it has now to be aligned with the others. And then health technology assessment, that's a tool from public health where we evaluate technologies. So there we can use that instrument as well. But there we need also more flexible or new methodologies. That's a whole research as such. And I did, for example, when you mentioned it, I did in my habilitation, what we call in Germany, when you become a professor, you need to have, I worked on the health technology assessment of the triple test that time for to discover chromosome 21 and other malformations in pregnancy. And then systematic early dialogue. What does it mean? That means that developers from medical devices, from the first idea, work together with clinicians, with the policymakers, with NGOs maybe, and with the patients, with the citizens, and even that they might create the questions of an own trial or what is important to their needs. That that we are not integrating them later on in the process, but from the very beginning. And that we call now systematic early dialogue. And we need to find ways, what are good ways to work that together. And then again, personal utility is very, very important to understand, but of course, in a social environment, in the end, as a what we call common good. Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. I'd now like to call upon Dr. G.K. Bhatt onto the stage to hand over the memento to Dr. Angela. Our next speaker for today is Dr. K.K. Mahato from the School of Life Sciences. I'd like to call upon Humaira Shah to introduce him to the delegates.
Dr. K.K. Mahato is an award-winning researcher with an experience of 21 years, specialized in biophysics, and is also an associate professor and head of Department of Biophysics in School of Life Sciences, Manipal. He has been a member of the Laser Spectroscopy Society of India, Society of Biological Chemists of India, Society of Biosurgery, Society of Mitochondrial Research and Medicine of India, including Society of Laser Medicine. Some of his great awards and honors include the Project Scientist by IIT Kanpur, Junior Researcher Fellowship by Banaras Hindu University, Senior Scientist Award, and many more. He has written 30 publications, 2 book chapters, and 1 patent in his name, and was a TMA Pi Gold Medalist for the Best Scientific Paper, which was published in 2012. Today, he will be sharing his knowledge on photoacoustic spectroscopy, technique, and applications. I'd like to welcome Dr. Mahato on the stage. Sir.
I thank Manipal OSA student chapter for the opportunity to speak what we do here. Again, I remind, I think probably they have not taken the right CV for the something probably not properly mentioned. Anyhow, this is what I will explain here or discuss here is the photoacoustic spectroscopy. As Dr. Angela mentioned, we have some upcoming project, India-Netherlands project. On that, hope it will come. I will discuss about the technological aspects of photoacoustic spectroscopy in student perspective. What are all advantages with this technique as compared to any other normally available technique of similar type. The photoacoustic, as title itself, photo and acoustic means there is a need of some light, or sample should be signed with some radiation, maybe specific type of radiation we will discuss, and then in turn some acoustic signals can be generated, which is much more better than, or maybe sensitive than any other optical type of signals. I mean, optical signals is when signal is in the form of either radiation or light, So we'll see some of the technique, how photoacoustic is better compared to other technique or maybe comparable, starting from maybe spectroscopy, imaging, biomedical devices, or any other type of, we'll compare with the other techniques, available techniques. The I'll start with the beginning discovery of the technique and why it again goes back to 1880s when the concept was realized by Alexander Graham Bell. Again, his idea was he developed, discovered the telephone, where electricity is used to transmit voice messages or voice signal. With this concept, he can be used to send or transmit sound. That was the context, and then he told it photophone, and then this photophone was he tested, and he even concept was realized on even 1880s, but because of the non-availability of the detectors to detect the signals or signatures, because of the outcome of the signing of photons on the samples or molecules under, it became realized in 1973, and so after that the technique come across many sensitive applications. It is very sensitive area in relation to imaging. It is very good as compared to contrast resolutions. The image resolution it creates is very good as compared to any light based imaging devices. Again, as I mentioned, I'll see how this system will how to photoacoustic, how it works. Basically, it needs it is a translation of optical energy. It is a mechanical energy transmission from the center where light incident and localize absorption, and thereby the acoustic wave generation and then propagation through the medium, and then using suitable detector. Mostly it is microphone, since it is a sound detector, or maybe the piezoelectric transducer. One can detect the signature. So basically photoacoustic, as I mentioned, it is a normally we familiar with the absorption. Absorption means we need to shine the light to any sample, and we monitor the transmitted light, and we consider it as an absorption. Photoacoustic is also an absorption technique where it monitors the direct, no indirect absorption here. In normal absorption, we shine light through the sample and we measure the transmitted light, the incident light, and we say how much is absorbed. But in photoacoustic, it is a direct absorption, light only when get any specific signature or any information from the sample. So the type of, we need photoacoustic signal generation, we need a specific type of radiation. One can call it the modulated type of radiation. Modulated, I mean here, if there is a continuous light, laser light or any light continuous, we can chop it with a particular frequency. There should be some duration, then there should be gap, no light duration, again light duration in a particular frequency. And when there is an absorption, means when there is a light present, hit the sample, during that time it can absorb, time, no light, then again it, so thereby there is a absorption and non-absorption, or we can say that heating and cooling at the the excitation volume where light falls. And this creates the pressure variation. This creates the pressure variation and it propagates from the excitation side to or all different directions, which can be using suitable detector. And we call it either, this case it is shown, maybe used can be microphone when it is a continuous type of source and it is chopped with some frequency. If it is a pulsed source, pulsed laser source, then it can be energy is more, so one can use the transducer. Again, it measures the pressure variation. Again, the photoacoustic signal variation is here based on the absorption. Any radiation you apply, if there is an absorption by the sample, then only signatures can be generated. Suppose we have a protein sample, use something like 500 nanometer component present in the protein which can absorb the radiation. 100 nanometer radiation, we cannot generate any photoacoustic signature in protein because there is no component present which can absorb and in turn can produce or absorption signatures. The methodology can be either the sample can hit directly or detector can be present here, the sample here, or it can be indirectly can be generated. So as I mentioned, the modulated source means light is continuous source as shown here. In chopper at a particular frequency, one can generate the modes, pulse type sources, modulated light source, and then one can again keep in a photoacoustic cell. It is a chamber, closed chamber where a molecule under study is present, and you can keep the detector in the some periphery which you can be in contact with the sample, and thereby it generates the photoacoustic signal captured by the detector and can be further amplified and then analysis can be made. In other type of devices, for example, I'm sorry, not shown here, it somehow it is not coming. So there is a pulse source, means it is a continuous, one pulse appears, then there is no pulse, again one pulse will appear, no pulse. Pulse sources are available, maybe many different types like 10 Hz, 20 Hz, 100 Hz and so on. Means 10 Hz means it produces 10 pulse per second, 10 pulse per second, and during pulse duration time, if sample is excited, one can get the signature or photoacoustic signature can be generated. In this slide clearly shows here the radiation. As I mentioned, we need a radiation pulse or modulated radiation, heat the sample, and in turn when it is heated, there will be an optical absorption, and when it is an optical absorption, there will be heating and cooling because it is a pulsed source, that there is a time duration. During that time, laser is available, sample light is available, no light available. So during light shining, it can get absorbed, and when there is no light, there will be no absorption. So thereby, because of this repeated heating and cooling, absorption and non-absorption, it can generate the pressure signal, and pressure signal appears in the acoustic frequency region. Because of that, it is known as photon induced acoustic signal, which can be detected and can be generated. In this figure even shown here, maybe some maybe in any sample, maybe we consider here this is the absorption center, a light heat this absorber, it generates the acoustic signal which can propagate away from this source. One can keep the detector here and then capture the signature of the from the sample. Again, same, it is shown here schematic diagram. We need a you can, if you are not getting in between, you can directly stop me, interrupt me during therein all, and then you can continue. Maybe try to show here we need a sample, let us say the light source here, and then light passes through. It is the modulated source, so it generates some acoustic signal captured by the appropriate detector. As I mentioned, it is selected only in megahertz region. Why one can select? Why not one can select in the audible region? When in audible region, but then you need to chamber which is completely can be isolated from surroundings. Otherwise, the external frequency, audible frequency can interfere. So that is the reason most of the time people, for sensitive detection, people consider the frequency, acoustic detection frequency can be in the megahertz region. In these slides, it is shown here. Let us consider a sample here in a container. It is there are solid molecules are there. Light falls, pulse sources are falls, falls here. Then you see here 0.1 molecule, second, and maybe third. Signal is generated here, propagated from this wall. This is generated, propagated this side. This generated again, turning back through this way. So one can see here the time delay detector sees the time delay in microsecond, maybe 0, 5, 10, 15, and thereby one can get a mesh type of patterns in time domain. So to get information from time domain signatures of photoacoustic type is not very useful, because it will be very difficult to identify actually what information is coming. It is a mesh type. So one has again further to do. One can any frequency component specific or all these patterns when appears together, out of that frequency is predominant, or one can decide or find out. This technique is very sensitive, and this can measure the temperature change of up to this order, which is not possible by any other conventional techniques. As I mentioned, I will compare with the normal conventional absorption techniques. When you consider any conventional absorption techniques, these techniques can be possible to monitor absorption in complete range, starting from the X-ray region, X-ray, ultraviolet, visible, infrared, terahertz, can be next, can be microwave, and so on. So in this complete region, absorption, when people use the conventional, the absorption instruments, the technique is very simple. This is very simple technique, but simple device, one light source and one spectrometer. Spectrometer contains nothing, light has to fall, and then it generates absorption or any other spectral variation through a grating. One can isolate and then capture. The detector needed for this type of devices for all the different regions. Single detector cannot be used for capturing information, so one can use the different detectors. Like you need a PMT, photomultiplier tube, one can use the CCD, one can use the ICCD. Again, all other detectors can be used for different regions. So one can see here then the normal conventional instruments. You need different type of detector for different region. These detectors here, the light is directly hitting, and we are monitoring the transmitted light. That means transmitted light is directly hitting the detector. So thereby chances that damaged. So we need to cool the detector, and for that we need something liquid helium cooling or liquid nitrogen cooling, or maybe we can have the thermoelectric detectors. So as this slide is clearly shown, this side clearly shown in case of, I'm sorry, 1 minute. The conventional absorption measurements we see here, as I mentioned, we need a light source, light is passed through, and we monitor the director is sitting here, and we say that it is how much absorption is detected by the detector, means signature detected by the detector, compare with this the incident radiation, we say the absorption, and in between the component of the light can be scattered, can be reflected, can be diffusely reflected, and that also can be considered as absorption because initial and final is considered. In this case, again, this type of absorption, we can't say anything about any particular region of the sample. What happens is not possible by normal absorption measurements. So there is no clue what happens. Any depth of the sample, depth wise different layer of the sample, a tissue, nobody can detect that, and no information what happens to the sample after absorption or post irradiation. There is no information. These disadvantages are avoided, are not present in photoacoustic instruments or photoacoustic detection. In this case, a single detector is used for entire range starting from the X-ray region to terahertz or any down the line, any the electromagnetic spectral region. So that means single detector can use cost, it will be cost effective. Signal depends on absorption of radiation. So if there is an absorption, detector can capture only that signal, directly pass through. There is no sample preparation involved here. Any turbid sample or any is enough for photoacoustic absorption, whereas in normal spectrophotometric absorption measurements, we need clear samples. Otherwise, the solute can scatter the light, and thereby we get not actual absorption, which will be of what we see in the absorption signal can be of different or can be not actual signal can be monitored. And again, there is scattering loss will be there, which can be avoided. In this case, depth analysis can be possible. Any particular depth, if suppose the chromophore means the absorption center present at particular, and if we shine with the light which is comparable or required to excite that particular chromophore, then it can generate signatures of the absorption of that particular chromophore in that particular depth and can be captured, or then it can propagate to the periphery of the sample where detector can be kept and can be detected. So the advantages of photoacoustic technique is as compared to normal absorption technique, is a direct absorption technique. It is very sensitive technique. Depth analysis can be possible, different depths. Suppose you can consider the tissue layer starting from the epithelial layer to stromal layer or down the line. We see the different components of the biomolecule present, and by selecting a particular wavelength suitable for a particular component present in a particular region of the tissue, one can pinpointly excite and capture the signature, corresponding signature. Again, the photoacoustic signal can be generated based on the number of photons, how many photons are hitting the sample, and how many molecules are exposed to, and then the cross section, how much area you are allowing the radiation to fall. And this again further, because of that, it absorbs the radiation and it and relaxation. So there will be pressure variation, and that there is a volume change, pressure expansion, contraction. So that volume change again appear, and then volume change also can be possible through the structural change. Structural change appear because of the many orientation conformational changes of the molecule, and thereby, so photoacoustic signal generated by heating of the sample because of the volume change, or because of the molecular change appeared because of the energy, heating, sorry. And then this transient volume change one can monitor, and that is responsible for photoacoustic signal. This is for students. Normally this is the electronic in a molecular system. There will be a ground state which is marked here S0 state, and there will be second excited state, and so on. So when you apply a radiation, it goes depending on the availability of the radiation. It can go either here or it can go here, and again further it relax down, and then again appear from this level, first level, appear as a radiative emission. The light radiation lost during this transition from here to here, or maybe some other means, intersystem crossing or maybe internal conversion, appear as acoustic signal. This signal shown here from here to here appear as a radiation known as fluorescence, but the signal loss appear here, or this process appear as the photoacoustic signal, non-radiative signal. Photoacoustic is non-radiative signal, whereas the fluorescence or any emission. The photoacoustic technique can be used in all different regions. Like if wavelength region, you can consider 200 to 400 region, UV region, used for the other molecular structure studies, maybe any diatomic, polyatomic, or all this type of molecule, or biological molecules like DNA, proteins, NADS, atmospheric pollutant studies, or dyes, drugs. This region can be used for photoacoustic measurements of all these molecular systems. Again, in the visible region, like coenzymes, FAD, hemoglobin, the melanin, porphyrin. In addition to that, some dyes and some biomolecule or some other the rare earth elements can be studied. In this region, 700 to 3000 nanometer region, near IR region, again, as Dr. Angela was mentioning in her presentation, the ammonia detection, trace excelled ammonia detection can be possible, and one can design photoacoustic instrumentation for detecting exhaled ammonia during certain disease conditions. What we observed from the literature, that ammonia secretion or ammonia generation is more, so one can detecting ammonia level during different conditions. One can compare the disease state or disease condition, or if it is early or maybe early cases, one can say using this technique one can detect ammonia level or maybe pre-detection of the disease. Similarly, in this region, one can some organic dyes or some minerals or some agricultural products, industrial or environmental samples can be studied. Technique or absorptions can be studied in all different regions for different type of molecular systems. Like the spectroscopic application, the conventional spectroscopy requires transparent samples, as I mentioned. It needs completely transparent samples. Turbid samples cannot be generates the scattered light possible from different scattered centers. Thereby actual absorption will be something different as compared to the measured absorption. In case of PS, can be highly scattering sample can be used because it direct absorption. If there is an absorption, you can get the signature. So thereby it is better, or you can say this technique is highly suitable for measuring absorptions as compared to the normal absorption measurements. No interference from incident radiation or high intensity sources. Thereby it can be signal to noise ratio can be improved. I mean here signal to noise ratio is signal will be more as compared to the control, because there is variation specific. If there is an absorption, one can get the signature, otherwise no signature. And it can be measured of very small absorption coefficients of very small 10⁻⁹ or less unit. The photoacoustic technique is thus very suitable or convenient method for spectroscopic studies, even which cannot be studied by conventional techniques. Again, it can be used for, as I mentioned, for thin film studies. Can be opaque samples can be used to study photoacoustic. Depth resolve studies can be possible in different depth layer. If absorbing centers are present, the shining radiation only can be absorbed by that component and signature can be captured. Again, the low temperature, as I mentioned, the temperature scale sensitivity is very high, so it can be used for low temperature measurement. Excited state studies can be used, monitoring excited state information can be used. Micro spectroscopy it can be used, or it can be used for spectroscopic imaging as well. As just I mentioned here one study where it is shown here in conventional absorption spectrophotometer by one measurement, and one measurement shown here by photoacoustic technique in preliminary, one of the preliminary studies when we conducted in our laboratory on the beginning days. Then you notice here the whole absorption measurements by photoacoustic conventional technique. We can get a profile, a huge range here, but where you see here very specifically pinpointly one can determine a specific wavelength here. We get a broad pattern here, but where you get a very specific absorption, all narrow variation, showing the sensitivity of the technique. The analytical applications, one can see here the high sensitivity for trace analysis, trace minor analysis. For example, in case of conventional absorption technique, when it is a trace analysis, means sample present is very minute, and most of the light detector captured is the transmitted light. Radiation is not possible to measure using absorption technique. There will be a large error because it measures only transmitted light. Whereas in this case, since it is direct absorption measurement, this is the highly suitable technique to monitor the trace elements. Again, the pressure transducers are also the cost wise also these detectors is very cheap, cost effective as well. The biomedical applications, when you compare it with the ultrasound, ultrasound is one technique we are familiar with. It is for imaging, ultrasound imaging we are all familiar with. In ultrasound, normally the sound from the surface sent to the target and the echo is collected back, and during this propagation time from the object it returned back, and that information is again recaptured using a piezoelectric transducer, and image is reconstructed. So in case of the ultrasound, the sound waves penetrate deep into the tissue, may get reflected, absorbed, can be detected easily, suitable for tissue imaging. But one disadvantage can be the externally generated wave is only sent or to the target, and there is no biochemical information to obtain. Whereas in case of the photoacoustic measurements, it is sound wave is generated by the light source provided from the external surface, and there will be some biochemical absorption, and that can be used for imaging as well. Sound wave can be imaging as well, along with the biochemical changes, that is because of the absorption of radiation can be monitored. So useful discrimination between malignant and normal tissues can be used because of the molecular bimolecular change, compositional variation it can monitors because of the absorption, and then in turn or generate the acoustic signal that can be used to generate image. So along with the physical image, one can generate the compositional image or changes in the specimen under study. So these points, as I mentioned, different layers, we have the different components, and by exciting with a particular radiation, one can capture any defect present in any particular region of the the tissue sample. So one can possible to monitor depth profile studies, as I mentioned. Again, the tissue spectroscopy, as tissue changes from normal to malignant conditions, the bimolecular changes appears. That changes once there is a change in bimolecular composition or conformation, the absorption is also get changed, and then corresponding photoacoustic signatures are also get altered. So one can monitoring the photoacoustic signature from normal as well as abnormal specimen. One can capture different signatures from both two different conditions, and that can be used for diagnostic applications. This is just a shown here example. This sample is first top panel is shown the photoacoustic signature in time patterns, as I mentioned, is a complex pattern generated from an ovarian tissue sample. Ovarian tissue sample. This is the top one is the normal. Middle one we call it benign case. Cannot be. It is not a normal, but it is not malignant as well. Converted to malignant or may not always. So we get a patterns, the photoacoustic pattern like this from the malignant, which is diseased. This is the benign case. Converted these complex signatures in frequency domain. We call it Fourier transform frequency terms, and we get a frequency pattern with a dominant frequency with a particular at a particular region. Benign, again we get a frequency patterns with a certain diminished intensity at that particular region, but almost similar to the little bit similar to the normal. Whereas in case of malignant, we get the complex pattern, completely different pattern, and then the frequency patterns are also completely different. So by simply measuring the tissue exposing with the light and capturing the photoacoustic pattern, one can still distinguish different conditions. Of course, it is shown here the typical cases. There will be a lot of variations, subject to subject variation. So one cannot just monitoring one sample say that this is the malignant or this is normal. One has to do a lot of statistical analysis and use lot of samples to conclude any desired outcome or desired results. So the photoacoustic measurement in our laboratory, we have physical samples of this type of setup. We have a laser light, the NDA laser, then dye laser. One can use this is a pulse laser source. They hit the sample here, and then we generate the acoustic signal here, and we captured by detector, PJT detector here, then pre-amplified, and then finally processed, and we get the in an oscilloscope, and then we collect the signatures. The normally again I would like to mention here this is also photoacoustic signal, but when this signal is not absorbing here, let us say here simple water and use here 280 nanometer radiation, and water don't have any absorption in this region, so we get no signatures here, almost blank. But as this here we use the carbon black. Carbon black is the universal absorber. Just to test a photoacoustic signal or photoacoustic instrument, people used to use the carbon black because it is an universal absorber. So we'll be all the time you'll be getting signatures. The system is really working. Here it is carbon black. We are getting very strong signal, and it appears in this particular region. Measured frequency appears in this particular region. Similarly, you have seen the different concentration of tryptophan. You can go high from the lower to here. We see here the photoacoustic pattern how varies, and corresponding the frequency domain patterns is also get changed. That means it can be used as well up to a certain concentration. Again, in our laboratory, we have seen we have compared the absorption spectrophotometric measurements with the photoacoustic measurements as well, and then we have seen, the similar outcomes. One is the photoacoustic UV spectrophotometer, other is the photoacoustic measurement, almost matching, overlapping. So information we collect are if the photoacoustic system using photoacoustic system and the absorption spectrophotometer is probably the better system, suppose you consider, then it can be comparable with the photoacoustic measurement. This is one study I can say here, that this is a photoacoustic study in different time points, 10, 15 and 20. This case, what we did here, we injected breast cancer cell lines in nude mice, and then when tumor grows in different time point, we extracted the tumor tissue sample from the animal. 10th day, 15th day and 20th day, we recorded the photoacoustic pattern, and this shows here corresponding human pattern. By seeing the photoacoustic tumor development, one can say here how tumor is progressing on different time points. How our idea is to check here whether photoacoustic technique can be used to see early detection of breast tumor progression. As I mentioned, this is cannot be taking one signal, a single spectrum, and then one can conclude any outcome. So one has to do a lot of statistical analysis, and then statistical analysis, I can say here we have conducted some study like wavelet-based principal component regression analysis, and then showing here the decision boundary plot. This type of studies, what we do here, we take the spectrum model and we test the algorithm with that particular model, and then test sample we test. This can be either supervised mode or non-supervised mode. When known outcomes are there, then it is a supervised mode, and we train it and we analyze. If it is unknown, we train with any particular A type or B type and make the algorithm ready and test with any unknown sample. This side, compared to the 10th day and 15th day, the classification outcomes are shown here, not very good. We see here the 95% sensitivity. When you consider 15th day versus 20th day outcomes of the breast tumor progression, we received here around 90% sensitivity. And in case of 10th day versus 20th day, we received here around 53% sensitivity. In case of receiver operating characteristics, also we have noticed sensitivity of our outcomes. Similarly, we have done for little higher level of analysis, and we used in analysis SBM, and then you notice here with the decision boundary plot, these boundaries are shown. It is known as decision boundary, and we have done it in MATLAB based algorithm, and then you notice here the sensitivity increased to in case of 10th to 15th day. We notice here the right side down with 10 to 15 is shown here 98%, day 94%, and they around 96%. Same samples we have done with different type of algorithm analysis. We receive different type of outcomes, but again when you go for little improved algorithm, use some improved better algorithm, and you got the different. It means here there are still scopes are there. One can same data one can use and do some more better statistical analysis, and still one can between different conditions, disease conditions. This is shown here again. Earlier I shown for the tissue sample. This is from the serum sample. We extracted the blood from the animal on 10th day, 15th day, 20th day. Extracted the serum, recorded the photoacoustic pattern in different time points, and you notice here right side corresponding the frequency patterns. Again, these are the typical as I shown. We cannot distinguish. Top one is from the control 0th day. Doing certain statistical analysis, one can differentiate different conditions as I mentioned here. A, we got the sensitivity of around sensitivity of around, I'm sorry, it is a, so this is a very good classification. One can say here we trained the algorithm with a dot is shown here and then other cross is shown here. These are the test sample and both are falling on the same side. Similarly for other category, the 10th 0th versus 10th which falls in other side, which is clearly separating by this algorithm, decision boundary algorithm, and the almost we get the 100% classification. Similarly, that other case, the 0th versus 15th day is not 100%. One of the red spot is falling in the blue side. Similarly, this is for the 0th versus 20th day. These are also clearly classified. This case 10th versus 15th again clearly classified. Similarly, one can distinguish by taking different type of algorithm. One can use different algorithm, improved, and then one can still classify your photoacoustic sample under study. In the SVM analysis, SVM support vector analysis is the again improved version algorithm, sensitive algorithm, where you notice the better classification. Next, we started for the clinical sample. All this started with the animal sample. Yeah, so clinical sample, we notice here again clear variation, and we have done some statistical analysis as well. And here also we notice the sensitivity of the setup of like the 100% sensitivity in case of the clinical sample we collected. Similarly, we have done for the serum sample. In case of the clinical specimens, clinical means breast cancer clinical specimens, and then we notice almost 99% specificity. We have used around 39 for different categories which are available from our cancer center here. And if one can improve the number, maybe sensitivity of course may go down because of the subject to subject variation will be more, and thereby can be decreased. I have a few more slides I will discuss with you later on if you feel. I think my time is over, what they told me. So thank you very much for your patient hearing. If you have any doubt, clarification, either here during lunch time or any other times, I'll be available. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to call upon Dr. Angela Brand to hand over the memento to Dr. Mahato.
Thank you.
With this, we've come to the end of this session. The next session will begin in 5 minutes. The speakers for the next session are kindly requested to leave their presentation.
So sorry for the error I made.
No problem. But this they should. Who gave you? Oh yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
I was telling everyone, amazing data you have collected. We have worked similar.
Lot of, yeah. Now we have done another thing. Now another I can tell you about to.
Oh my God. 5 slides. Sir.
साइकात का डाल दो.
Sham sir.
Hey, where's
This is the one.
Yeah. It's opening.
So I'll keep it in the folder.
I'll remove the pen drive.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
last session में 4 में
4. So this is only 2.
4 में हाँ नहीं 3 में 3 के end में
Why? Fourth session.
put it in third session.
Put in third session.
This is Russell Wallace. Nobody's here.
Nobody's there.
He'll be the last speaker of this session.
Okay.
Can people come back maybe?
I don't think so.
मैंने सब बोला भाई नहीं हुआ है रिक्विड अच्छा बॉर्डर है तेरे कहाँ गए
Absolutely funny. Sorry. This is the second time I did not know the microphone. Can you not? Can you not? No. Because Nirmal sir called me and I'm like, huh? No, sure. Can you not be mean? It's okay. First is the activity.
Oh my god, that guy. Can we drink?
Sir.
Everything?
Just say that.
Welcome back, everyone. We now start with the second session of the symposium. I'm Bhargavi, and I'll be the MC for the session. We have two speakers for this session. Dr. Nirmal Mazumdar will be speaking in the third session. Our first speaker for the day, for the session, is Dr. Saikat Datta, and I would like to invite Yusuf to introduce our speaker.
Dr. Saikat Datta is an assistant professor at the National Institute of Technology, Karnataka, Surathkal, for 2 years now. With 7 patents under his name, his area of interests include synthetic organic chemistry, crystallography, green chemistry, and biomass valorization. He has a number of publications in renowned journals. With a PhD from the University of Iowa and the postdoctorate from the University of California, his significant projects include biofuels, renewable chemistry, and crystallography. Today, he will be talking about functional organic crystals and their synthesis, reactivity, and applications.
Caller me.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me? The backside? Okay, first of all, when Dr. Limor invited me, I took quite some time to quite fit in that topic that we have chosen. But then I thought I'm a chemist and material scientist, so I'm the doorway of biology of science. So that gave me enough confidence, so I came here, and thank you for that. Unfortunately, you know, when you say chemistry, the first thing comes to your mind, mixing things up and make colorful stuff. Unfortunately, I'm not going to show it today. I'm going to show you some colorful pictures. Okay? And as you can see, I'm talking about crystals. I know most of you have heard about crystals. But in addition to doing nice, what are the things out there in that world that I'm going to show them that kind of way out. I know most of you are really interested in biology, but I'll correlate from time to time. And I'll show you some questions to think about. Some of it will try to answer, some of it like a homework. Okay, this is my outline. I'm gonna most of you have heard because some of the Nobel Prizes are related here. Supramolecular chemistry, this is called a domain beyond molecules. So it is familiar about molecules. The molecules are made of atoms connected, stitched together by bonds, right? You know that part. But what is that thing? Beyond molecules. And then solid state. This is again a short. When I say solid state, people are very used to saying, solution mixing up, right? And making a new stuff. But people are not very accustomed to how to make things out of solid. And that is something my peers used to speak in a way. When in ACS conferences, all these solid state things start their talk. How solid is the solid? That means that molecules are not very static the way you think. There are enough reactions in the molecule. And you can do lots of things utilizing the space and directing the molecule how to behave. Okay. Understanding those solids. Because unless you understand, just like a disease, don't know what causes it. Right? So unless you understand that how those molecules are behaving or how to deal with them, you don't know what applications that you can have out of it. And then what kind of transformation, not transformation, but also like application. But most of the applications will tweak one of the physical or chemical properties. Right? Okay, so probably you've heard about that guy who's like the godfather of this molecular chemistry. He says supermolecules are molecules and intermolecular bond with molecules are the same thing as your atom and covalent bond. Think about it. We know molecules, right? Atoms connected by bond. And now we are talking about supermolecules, where the molecules are just like atoms. And we are stitching different molecules with intermolecular interaction. So how interesting is that? I know you know everything about covalent bond, ionic bond, and all these things are hydrogen. And then we also know hydrogen bonds. Those are not exactly bonds. But how important they are? So if you remember some of those values, hydrogen bond is 1/10 or even less strength compared to covalent bond. No? But now if I give you one example, Kevlar, right? Bulletproof test. You know what is the strength coming from? Not from covalent bond, from hydrogen bond. So billions of hydrogen bonds together, that's a limited strength. Right? Small energy, but billions multiplying with anything with billions, that becomes billions. That is talking about not a covalent bond. Okay. That being said, let's think about how do I build a building. So it's not like a unit. Okay. And useful thing. Just a brief, cannot do anything about it, right? Once you take the building, now you're sitting in this room and here in my lecture, isn't it? I have a simple molecule, right? That's not very functional. But I get really complicated and useful structure like a honeycomb. Have you seen this structure? Yes. That's exactly the same structure of graphite, graphene, everything. What a useful thing about this structure, because this is held together by hydrogen bond. These individual molecules are held together by hydrogen bond and get a nice structure. Right? And another interesting thing that we will come to know later too, that in the graphene or graphite, one of the bonds is broken. That structure is lost. Here, even if one of the bonds are broken, that is just to be bearing, so the energy required to form it is also small. Got the point where I'm going? Okay, you have seen that thing before, Legos, right? Small things, you build them together with nice structure, they also make it about it. Okay. And have you thought about how interesting that thing is that in groups? Right? They're sticking together. That's the way they are designed to get constructed. Right? So we are dealing with molecules and design those functionality there so that they make the stuff we need. Give that install those functionalities there. Okay. So I'm showing you some interactions that I'm talking about. Hydrogen bond that you know, and I already gave you the example of Kevlar. And then there are pi-pi interactions, and you have known that from your high school days. Like they are really big forces, okay? But together, yeah, they are big. Probably know about that guy who is in IIT Bangalore now. Crystal engineering. Okay, now you know engineering. And what is crystal engineering? Basically, in making things or doing things. So it's the understanding of the intermolecular interaction in the context of crystal stacking. What is crystal stacking? How the molecules are stacked in the crystal. Why is that important? I'm going to tell you in a brief moment that why those things, and that will challenge some of your high school course activities. And utilization of such understanding in the design of new solids with desired physical and chemical properties. So now I'm talking about devices. If one molecule that doesn't behave that way, I'm forcing that to behave in a different way. Okay, before going there, let's do another hint. This I will try to answer in my talk, but it's always nice to write it down. When you're taking pills, right, or like a tablet, 500 milligrams. I don't know how many of you have hard time swallowing those things. I have. Have you looked at that? What is it constituted of? 500 milligrams is not necessarily the amount of medicine there. The important part of that medicine is called API, active pharmaceutical ingredient. In a 500 milligram tablet, it's barely 25 to 50 milligrams of that. So maybe less than that. So the first question that should come to your mind is going to be why in the world you make a 25 or 50 milligram tablet? I don't have no problem swallowing that thing because I'm healthy. Have you thought about that? What is that 450 milligram of drugs? Right? It's not like they haven't thought about it. The problem is it failed. Because that only that 50 milligram thing is the gap in the tablet form. First of all, that may not work. Second of it needs energy instead of treatment. Okay? So that 450 milligram of garbage is not literally garbage. Things necessary to process it. That's called formulation. Why it's formulated? Because unless they stacked with all these materials, their crystal structure or the molecules are way they behave. Availability, everything will change. And that will depend on how the molecules are stacked with that solid structure. It's just one part, it's just one application. Okay, so let's think about how the molecules are stacked in the structure. Are they just jumbled up together? Ultimately, everything is governed by kinetics and thermodynamics that we have heard for engineering science in your student life. That how where you are sitting in that thermodynamic well. One structure is the most stable thermodynamic form, but then there are several energy minima in between. So let's say now it's getting really complicated that one particular molecule, let's say tylenol or acetaminophen, very small molecule, right? We take that now every few weeks in Have you thought about that particular molecule, if it is crystallized in one form versus another, it can totally change its properties, including the medical properties. Now you're scared, isn't it? Right? Same molecule, right? And it happened before, not on this particular one, but other molecules, other drugs. That they prepared it, they have all the clinical data, everything is fine, they formulated it, sold it in the market, came to the shop, you buy it, and that was useless. Why? Because the way they sold it, it's only formed a particular crystalline form called polymer. I'll show you in 2 minutes. But by the time it came to the shop, it changed to a different polymer, a different crystalline form, and the bioavailability is completely ruined. Okay? So now you know how important it is to look at those small things you never thought about. Okay, so this is called molecular recognition. How the molecules they are recognizing themselves or a different molecule if you have two or three different components together, just like the formulation. Okay, and then you get a self-assembly. So that self-assembly is one example that is honeycomb-like structure, right? And then this is something related to biology. You already know that our DNA, the information is not the phosphate, the information is not the base pair. It's the information integrated how those base pairs are connected by hydrogen bond. All this big framework of covalent bond has nothing to do with the information. The information is stored in those weak hydrogen bonds. This is the interest. Okay, so now go to the solid state. Why solid state? I'm going to tell you. Let's start with this really big guy, Aristotle. Everybody heard about him. He said, it's really hard to say what he said, no supora nisi fluida. Okay, that means no reaction occurs in the absence of solvent, period. Okay, there's nothing to talk about solid state things. But then we realize it's not that case actually. No? Things are way different. Let's look at really this small reaction for the formation, all kinds of molecules in drugs. That this is making a ketone to an ester. Okay, this molecule itself to start with the solid, the reagent itself is solid. So both of them are solid. There is no problem. Okay. Now look, what are the yields we are getting? What are the yields we are getting? 97% in a solid versus 46% in fluorophore. Second one, 85% in solid, 13% in fluorophore. What does it say? It's just the opposite statement of whatever he said. Right? It's not like he was a stupid man. It was by the time science was not that developed. Okay. Okay. So why we are interested in solid suddenly? Because we are used to using liquid and everybody has until now. Okay. So the thing is, everyone you heard the first lecture that he was really worried about, biological waste. Right? The same thing is applicated to chemical waste. And one of the worst industries till now in terms of safety are the chemical industry. Okay, believe me or not, the nuclear power reactors are way safer than MRPL. Anyway, so less solvent, greener conditions, high stereo, reduced selectivity, all those things you can figure it out. Excellent yields and all these things. And the last point, detailed mechanistic study by X-ray crystallography. X-ray crystallography is one of the analytical techniques where literally you can see the molecule. How many analytical techniques you know that you can see the molecule? None. Right? You just get the data and analyze it because we have seen the same kind of data in other molecules. Here you're looking at the atoms and the bond. Okay, so this is something that now I'm showing the area where solid states can do something where all these 200 years of fixed state organic synthesis cannot. So making of these drugs in liquid state cannot. This is a simple molecule, cinnamic acid, you know that, right? There are three polymers. I already discussed what is polymer, right? Same molecule in a different crystalline form, different packing. What does it change? It changes the melting point. It changes the biosolubility, bioavailability, solubility, everything. This is a shock, right? We thought that a pure molecule has certain melting point. All of them same molecule, different crystals, different melting point. Only the interesting part here that there is a double bond. I'm trying to react it. Very simple reaction. Couple together, make a hydrogen. Okay. Last 60 years, people are not able to couple them. Shining all kinds of light, all kinds of solvents, concentration, change everything. It doesn't work. But it works as a crystal. Just solid, shine light, but interesting. And not only that, different polymers, you can see some of the molecules are this way, some of them that way, right? They're giving different products. One particular polymer that doesn't form. That doesn't form product. Right? That's interesting. I know that solid state now have an upper hand on solution science. That I can use. How? Because all the devices and everything, they have the solid. Okay, so this is an interesting statement by solid state chemist. It is very curious that almost all reactions are still carried out in solution, even when a special reason for the use of solvent cannot be found. So this is more like people are habituated, past 100 years, they're so habituated, they don't want to deviate. Okay? So this is not about how good it is, chemistry, more like a perception. My grandfather's the same thing. We do that. This kind of thing. That's okay. Okay, now I'm going to give you an example of polymerization. All of these are polymers. Okay? And if you know your high school chemistry, the polymers are generally made either in high pressure systems. How many polymers have you heard that they are made in crystal, solid state? Right? This is one of them. Okay, so you're starting with small molecules, right? Shine light, you're making the polymers. You don't have to think about disposing, thousands of liters of solvent and all that. Okay, this is my PhD work a little bit. So that acid I was talking about, right? That they have different polymers and different reactivity. But I have no control because the polymer that is forming that is depending on the kinetic behavior and the thermodynamics. I have to control it, right? Different solvent, different conditions. If you're lucky, you get one bond. If you're unlucky, you get the other. But how do we control it? That's where assessments come. That's where the science comes. We design that. What about my reaction center? Let's say that the double bond I was thinking about is connected with a molecular recognition unit, and we keep engineering that system to happen. And then it's called a co-crystallization. That means two different molecules in the same crystal. Until now, I'm talking about one molecule in one. They're forming a giant supermolecule. How does it look now? Now it looks like I forced them to come close together and behave in a way I want it to behave. Okay? What will happen? It will form that product. Let's see if it works. Let's say these molecules. Very simple molecule, right? Unfortunately, it doesn't react either in solution or in solid. But I want it to react and form the product I need. I connected with another molecule designed in a way that they will form the hydrogen bond and those reactive centers both to come together. Okay, this is what I formed. Okay, and now still not that interesting, right? Because nothing to do with biology and all this. I'll come to that point. This is my product, small molecule. Let's start small and go big on there. So this is more like a machine, You have your starting material, you're shining the condition, and you're getting your product. How simple is that? So these are some of these cool stuff we have made. Initially, it doesn't look that interesting, but think about it. These are the energy storage. Okay, these hydrogen beams each have several kilocalories of energy. That particular molecule, the energy stored in that, you can give it back if you want. Anyway, so this is what we initially targeted. Okay, this is actually the on the cell wall of the bacteria. Yeah, that can do taking ammonia from nitrite. That's a 6 electron reduction, and that is helping the bacteria to survive in that environment. Okay, we are trying to go there. What is a co-facial model? What is that? Is it even more difficult to make. And what is the interest in that? The interest in that is many of the enzymes, when they're doing multiple reduction or oxidation, oxygen, bacteria using oxygen, nitrogen, ammonia, all these things, all these processes, they are using multiple metal centers on these enzymes. And they are really close by, so that electron coupling is called, jumping electrons from one metal center to another is happening. We want to reproduce that. Like, how do they do that in biology? Why can't we do that in the chemistry lab? Right? Problem is how to. Right? So this is my aromatic surfaces, and then they are held together by a spacer, and then you have some metal atoms. It sounds very easy, but it's not that. It's quite difficult to do that. So that close proximity is important. Like these molecules, they have been used before and published, and really nice chemistry here. Reduction, you know already how to deal with nitrogen. Reducing nitrogen is a really, high energy process. Nitrogen is happy by itself. So palladium, cobalt, and all these things get forcefully held together. Okay? We thought about that. Why not using that strategy? We are using hydrogen, right? So let's try to make some of these molecules. So we made that one. Again, you have no control whether you will react or not. Right? I made it just like your drug. You make it, but find out ultimately that it's not followed. What to do? Fail. Right? So we made that. Unfortunately, it didn't react. What to do? We have now the control. So we force them. Right? The way we got the product, we got the position molecule, okay, another one, polymers. Not only polymers, we start with one polymer, make a different polymer, in solid. Okay, look at the top picture. Right? This is a coordination polymer, the latest generation polymer. Okay, use your condition, not necessarily all the time. You can use heat and all kinds of things. Get a different polymer. Different polymer means different properties. Only the polymer is important? No. This is a data storage device. We are going there. Putting a data on a disk. I have one material, write it with using, and then you write it out in a different way. That is really cool. Put down there. Okay, so this is so I thought, okay, I'm starting with the polymer, coming with another polymer. That's not good. What if I want to start with small molecule and make a polymer? That's most of them is one. So I started with a small molecule, again a coordination complex, right? Force them to form the polymer. So you're starting with a zero-dimensional material, make the one-dimensional coordination polymer. And think about it, these molecules, if all these, you can see the color-coded things. The blue is nitrogen atom, gray is carbon, white is hydrogen. All the atoms, the molecules, their orientation, everything is visible. Not only that, I can say when those bonds are forming, so I can see the molecules. I can just take glimpse pictures every 5 minutes while shining the light and see how the bonds are breaking and forming. Right? That's very good. So using that strategy, we have also ventured into making really kind of theoretically interesting molecules. Students all know about aromatic behavior. For aromatic behavior, molecules have to be planar, right? Hooker group. Now I'm challenging that group, right? I'm going to make some molecules forcefully make them non-planar. Still aromatic functions. Right? So this is what we try to make, that I want to make that kind of stuff, force them, right? Now let's look at the optical properties. They will show externally, fluorescent and all these behavior. Right? Because their aromaticity is challenged now. Okay? Those beings or PDBs, they're no longer planar. Okay? Their properties are all free. Okay? But these things cannot be made without those physical engineering. For failure. Okay, photochemistry. This is something again interesting to the physicists and making a scientist, that how do I write data or erase data or do all kinds of things, make devices. These are some of these small molecules, just by shining or heat, they will change their optical properties. I'll show you some nice pictures. They can be inorganic stuff, they can be metal organic, supramolecular complex. And the reason they are showing different optical behavior can be coordination, number change, or geometry change, or photomolecular equilibrium. And what are the application? Optical memory, features, sensor, display. Okay. So again, another question just for you to think about that why we are again interested in crystallography. There's a lot of these things are really interesting, but so are other fields. I'll give you another example. If you look at this laptop, i3, i5, i7, they have different prices. Have you thought ever why they are so? All of them are silicon, right? All of them, the circular difficult the same. Why they are different prices? Different quality of system. Some of them, bunch of more systems. Okay, so let's look at some nice pictures. So these are some of these guys' molecule crystalline. Okay. Shine light. Not only that, it's not one-way process. It's reversible. Write the data with UV. How to read it? Infrared. Okay, you can, yields are nearly 100%. They can be cycled 10,000 or more than 100,000 times. That's important, right? So if it is just one or two times, I don't want to buy a CD that can. These are the things that have to be used thousands of times. Okay, these are some fluorescence, photo switching, and all these things that we're just talking about. This is the experimental part. Write it, erase it, write it, erase it. That's exactly happening. UV to digital, UV to digital. So you can see that it's very multiple times. Like an on-off switch. Find UV on, different color. Optical response behavior is different. Shine visible light off, on, off. Okay? And this is something that I was talking about, that you write it and read it by using IR, because IR will not see. Okay? So now we are talking about really high density data storage. Okay? More functional material. Molecular actuator. Okay, that is a machine. You know that last year we got Nobel Prize in that. Molecular machines, right? So we have small molecules like a live organism. So an instructed existence. Got the point? Okay, so this is like a molecular machine. I put a condition, it behaves. A crystal, plate, right? Since the molecules, they're changing their shape because I'm forcing it by a condition, if you like, or whatever it is, right? The crystal pattern is changing. The molecules are moving. Why they are moving? That's the question I asked. How solid is this solid? Space in between the molecules, right? If I want them to move, they will move. That's why the crystal can. And that can lift 600 times of its weight. Think about how much mechanical stress is forming in the crystal. Amount, maximum stress is like 44 megapascal. What is the 1 atmosphere? That's 440 times of the atmospheric pressure. Okay, this is my trial. Okay, I thought, okay, he just had one single molecule, right? So whatever the property he observed, he kind of limited. He still got really nice result. But what if I mix two different things? So one particular set of properties will come from one, another set of properties will come from another, right? So this is what I did. That now you can see two different molecules, right? One molecule, the behavior of the other molecule. This molecule itself, it doesn't show that property. But what did I change? I changed the spacing between them. engineered the way to give that. As I give you the question related to actual medicine, that I want to design medicine based on that understanding. People have done that. That's a really huge field, and I don't want to talk about too much into that. But let's give you some glimpses. After spending millions of dollars and 10 years of developing a drug, they finally got the molecule. That this particular molecule, the active pharmaceutical engineering, right? And then at the last moment, they found out that the volume of their getting not suitable. What to do? So by that time, the amount of money that's spent cannot be. So this is the alternate way, and people have done that. You change the packing because the molecule, when it's you can change the way they are packed. Right? You change the packing, change the way they are interacting with each other, to change all the physical properties and chemical properties that have changed. Change their solubility, their bioavailability, everything. So that's not the case point, and that's why people are mentioning that the existing drug demand, not for their good behavior, they also have side effects. Have you thought about why they have side effects? Because if so then they're assuming that whatever the bioavailability they have calculated, that's not the case. Right? So now you have to think about that. How can I increase the bioavailability? Bioavailability, that 50 milligram I was talking about in 500 milligram tablet, that can be how much money can tablet you're buying, let's say, 5 times right? So in economy, that will be a huge development. Okay. So this is one set of or few sets of applications that we look at. So what is the conclusion? That this is something, like a future of chemistry. Personally, I'm a physics chemist, so I know all these things. We are going to a lab, or we are going to a setup where people will have the understanding the chemistry on the accident from. As I said in the beginning, that industry one of the worst health records and healthy records. So we are going towards that area, that we are using less solvents. Crystallography, again, as I said, the crystallography just I can say before I conclude, that this is a relatively new that point in World War or something like that, increase of instrumentation. That's just miraculous. Now you can get a crystal structure of the protein, find out where the drug is sitting and how it's sitting and how to. So that's an interesting story in my PhD. That towards the end of my there is a truth that in my thesis I dare to try to solve one. Very interesting. Okay. And of course, deeper understanding of the packing forces, that is the important part. Unless I don't know how they are packed, why they are packed that way, I cannot play with them. People are trying to understand how things are packed. Small molecules, they have went so far. How about things? Right? How those chains, interchains, alpha coils, how they are packed. That part, we know how to do. Okay, this is a couple of nice pictures again. That point of time. And that's the university.
Do we have any questions?
vacuum, right? And those are usually at one of the most. I think so. Yeah. I mean, lots of these things are really kind of cutting edge and thinking. Most of them are there. Besides, I don't know if I've already been applied to not, but yeah.
Yes, that's it. Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. G.K. Bhatt to present the memento to Dr. Datta. Thank you. For the next speaker of the day, we have Dr. Shama Prasad and Ms. Humaira Shah to introduce him to our delegates.
Dr. Shama Prasad, an expert researcher and an associate professor at Department of Cell and Molecular Biology in School of Life Sciences, Manipal. He received his doctorate in cancer epigenetics from Manipal University, and his research interests include understanding epigenetics dysregulation in pathophysiology of cervical cancer and role of exocytosis in EMT and senescence. He has 8 years of teaching and 13 years of experience. He has published over 27 research articles, 4 conference proceedings in international journals, 2 book chapters, and 1 international patent, and has also presented his research work in 37 national and international conferences. Award from Indian Society of Human Genetics and Young Investigator Award are some of his great achievements. Dr. Prasad has also been a TMA Pi Gold Medalist for the Best Researcher. Sharing his opinion on the topic, Confocal Microscopy in Life Sciences. With this, I'd like to request Dr. Shyam Prasad to come on the dais.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for giving me an opportunity to share some of our view or the work what we are doing in the area of confocal microscopy. Get up. So I won't take much time. Maybe within next 15 to 20 minutes, I will try to finish my talk. And I'm a little nervous to come this stage and present, because this is the place where I defended my PhD thesis 6 years back. And for approximately about 2 hours, I was questioned in the same room. So I was a little nervous. I'll come down and speak. I'm audible? So we will make it more like a interactive session. So if you have any doubt in between, so my time starts now. So this is for those who have come outside Manipal University. So we belong to School of Life Sciences, where we do a lot of teaching, and we have about 7 departments, and we undertake research in the area of cancer epigenetics, photoacoustic, and radiation biology and toxicology, plant sciences, public health, genomics area. So these are some of the areas where we do conduct our research in addition to the teaching. So as a cell biologist, so what is our goal? Guys, what we do as a cell biologist? I don't want you to sleep. So as cell biologist, what is our this one? So what we do? So we believe, seeing is belief. That is what we follow in cell biology. So we look into the structure of the cell and inside organelles, and how the dynamics and kinetics which happens within the different organelles, and the molecules how they move within the cell. So these are the things which we do in the area of confocal microscope. So as I said, seeing is believing. So it started very early. Okay. So if you see the different levels of organization, so we have humans, means the organisms which we can see under the naked eye. There are few things which we cannot see under the naked eye. For example, cells, the organelles. So those are the things which we investigate with help of the magnifying instrument. So I will say one of the greatest contribution of physics to the field of biology is the development of microscope. So which as a cell biologist we use. So it started with Leeuwenhoek's simple microscope, and there is a lot of advancement that happened, and compound microscope, and now we have the confocal microscope and the variants of confocal microscope, which has greatly helped us investigating various aspects which is happening inside the cell at the submolecular level. Okay, so these are some of the historical perspective about the microscope and microscopy. So it has about 1625 to 2017. How many years? 400 years. So microscopy has a history of about approximately 400 to 500 years, where it started here, and now we have the greatest technologies which on levels we are able to investigate what is happening. Types of microscopy, it can be optical, electron microscopy, or scanning probe microscopy. So if you see the optical microscopy, they make use of the principles such as refraction. Okay, and so scanning microscope uses the physical probes to interact, and then we investigate with help of the microscope. So I'm not going to the details of that, but at this point of time, remember this person who invented the one of the greatest technology, that is nothing but the confocal microscopy, and this is the block diagram or the anatomy of a confocal microscopy. And this is what we have at our center, School of Life Sciences, from Leica SP8 model. So if you see the imaging technology, so we have, these are the microscopes, upright microscope, inverted microscope, and speedo microscope, and which uses the techniques such as optical microscopy or confocal microscopy. So these are different variants which can be coupled to these upright microscopes or inverted microscopes, and these are the various ways to get the image. So for example, if you see the optical microscopy, we use the light rays to micron level. So that is the detection limit. So if you go to the confocal microscopy, you use coherent light source. Don't ask me from the physics terminology what is coherent light source. So for me it is nothing but laser. So I use this laser, I shine the organelles which are inside, and I understand how it works, and you can use it for given submicron resolution, and then you have electron microscopy, and our focus will be confocal microscopy. So what do you mean by a confocal microscopy? The name confocal comes because we use two lenses to focus at the same place. So you have a pinhole. The pinhole is conjugated to the focal point of the lens. That is why it is called as a confocal. So for a biologist, so how I understood is you have a two lens, and both the lenses focus on the same level, so that a crystal clear image is formed. And if you see the light path of the, so this is how it goes. So you have a laser source. So it is passed through the objective. Then you have the specimen, and the emitted lights are collected. Prisms and many other things are there, which removes or the pinhole, which removes the unwanted light, and ultimately it is collected. So this is how the confocal microscopy actually works. So if you see the confocal microscopy, so these are the areas which I will be focusing subsequently. You have the specimen, image acquisition, and data analysis. So if you see the confocal microscopy, it is not a simple technique. It's a combination of several techniques. So I would like to call it as a technology, where we process, and if you do mistakes in any one of these steps, you are going to get a false positive or false negative, or you may not get a clear image. why confocal microscopy is important. So can you see here? So this is from a regular fluorescent microscopy image, and same image when you capture through a confocal microscopy, so it looks like this. So what is the difference? So what is the difference? So it is more clear, right? So you can see the structures very clear, right? What else you can see? So one of the advantages of confocal microscopy is the resolution and the depth at which you can do the image, and you can also do a 3D construction. So and you can also do a multi-point stitching. I will come to that. What are these things in the subsequent slides? But at this point of time, so you have the images which are very clear. So the information what we are going to get is much more than the wide field fluorescent microscope. I have some the advantages and disadvantages of confocal and or the when you compare with the wide field microscope, how confocal microscopy advantage. So I will skip that slide because of the lack of time. Point of time, I would like to tell that. So you have more color possibilities. What are the advantages of confocal microscopy? More color possibilities, less crosstalk. Less crosstalk means so you use fluorescent dyes. Even if you have, the fluorescent dyes have with the excitation wavelength, so you can get exactly avoided in the confocal microscopy. Is possible means you can go in XY and XYZ plane so that you can get an overview of the imaging what you want to do, three-dimensional reconstruction of specimen, and improve resolution. So these are some of the advantages of confocal microscopy. So I will explain these advantages or these things with our what we have done at Life Science Center. So confocal microscopy takes high resolution fluorescent images of a cell or a tissue by staining and eliminating the unwanted cells. Okay, so it focuses into a particular focal plane or particular place, and it collects only the light coming from that plane, and it doesn't collect the light coming from the other plane. I'll tell you how we do this. So microscopy is used. Any idea? Archit, where we use confocal microscopy? Imaging. So basically, localization and co-localization of the proteins, then imaging two or more fluorescent stains together, 3D visualization, quantification of the protein expression, acquisition of high. So basically, what you do with other equipments, like you must be knowing for gene expression, you are doing a Western blot. You have a northern blot experiment to identify the expression of RNA. Then you have many experiments, RT-PCR experiments you do. There are many molecular biology experiments you do to investigate certain biological molecules inside the cell. What is its expression level? All these things can be done with the help of confocal microscopy with one single technique. And the beauty of this technique is seeing it clearly. Exactly, you visualize it and you see it. So for example, so I always tell it is not how much the protein is present, in what form it is present, whether it's in a post-translation modified form, and more importantly, where it is localized is important. So for that, you should do localization and co-localization. It is not how much protein is present. You can have tons of protein in the cytoplasm, but the important function of the protein is present. If it is involved in mitochondrial functioning, it has to be transported to the mitochondria. If it is to be in the Golgi body, it has to be transported to the Golgi body. So the localization and compartmentalization of the particular protein is very important as far as the dynamics and kinetics of the cell are concerned. The area where we use the confocal microscope. So this is the major difference between a wide field fluorescent microscope and a confocal microscope. So here you have a mercury arc lamp, whereas here you have a laser. And secondly, the more important thing is the pinhole. So pinhole is the one, what it does is it the unwanted light to pass. So how many of you have seen a fluorescent microscope? Can you raise your hand? Or you must have done some microscopy, right? For bright field microscopy. So you have a source and it emits the light, and that light, it falls on the surface of the specimen. So, but if you see the place in which you will be doing the imaging, it will be only tiny fraction of that entire image. When we talk about the microscopy and fluorescent microscopy, so when the specimen is flooded with the fluorescent light, the light from the place where you want to image surrounding area. So now what happens is the image gets blurred because the light, background light is coming from all the area in addition to the area where you want to image. So those things are prevented with the help of certain optics called as pinholes. So I'm not going to the details of the pinholes because Nirmal sir will be telling what is resolution and importance of the objectives, pinholes and all. But at this point of time, you remember that you have laser and pinhole. That is the one which makes the wide field microscopy different from the confocal microscope. Here you have camera, here you have the PMC detectors or high sensitive camera. So I'm not going to the details of the architecture of the microscope. But at this point of time, you remember that you have the source of the excitation source is laser and you have a pinhole. So that is the major difference. The image high resolution. This slide. So with this background, so what I'm going to tell you is how we generally do the confocal microscope. The actual technique how we do. Okay. So we make use of the principle called as immunofluorescence staining. Aware that what is immunofluorescence staining? Can you raise your hand? Okay. Some people know, some people doesn't. So what you mean by immunofluorescence is, so immuno means something related to antibody. The technique what we do, the fluorescence principle. So here what we do is, if I am interested in a particular thing, so what I am going to do is, I grow the cell on a cover slip, okay, some cell lines. Then I do some procedures, and then I add an antibody, primary antibody, specific. And then I add a secondary antibody, which is fluorescence laser. And then I use an excitation source, that is nothing but the fluorescence or laser. This is what we do in a immunofluorescence microscope. You got the point? So you use an antibody, a primary antibody. Either primary antibody itself will be fluorescent, or you use a secondary antibody. So the primary antibody. And that secondary antibody will be fluorescent. So we can use FITC, Cy3, Cy5, or TRIS3. So these are the molecules which we generally use for the tracking. You got this point, right? So immunofluorescence is the principle which we generally use in the confocal. That means that we always use immunofluorescence. So we can also express protein with either GFP or RFP. Okay, fluorescent protein. So you heard about GFP, right? Green fluorescent protein. So you can clone your gene of interest in certain vectors, and you can translate that into a cell line. And when the gene started getting expressed, so there will be a fusion protein along with your gene of interest. So now what is the advantage? So wherever this protein goes inside the cell, so you can track that protein. The GFP tag, so you can use the specific wavelength of light to excite it and localize it. Okay, so this is what we generally use. So this is the actual principle. So you have an antigen, you use a primary antibody, you use a secondary antibody, which is fluorescence laser. So antigen refers to any protein of your interest, to which you have to write the primary antibody. So even direct primary antibody itself can be laser. So this much you understood, right? Yes or no? Yeah. So now how we do this? So generally we do with the cell culture. Okay, cell lines we use. Then we culture them in tissue culture plates which are available. So the specialty is, so it's like a regular cell culture plate. surface will be made up of glass or very high quality plastic is equivalent or lesser than what we like at ours. Okay. Then what we do is we grow the cells. The second step, important step is if you are doing a live imaging, so you can either fix or directly use it for imaging. So if you are not using any inherently expressing GFP or RFP protein, so you have to do a cell permeability. So many reagents we use for cell permeabilization, following which we incubate with the primary antibody and detect by. So this is what we do. So for successful confocal imaging, so you have to follow these 8 steps. Control the refraction of light between your sample and. So you have to control the light. Then choose an appropriate sample for confocal microscopy. I'll tell you why it is important. Each point I will explain. Then choose the correct objective and immersion media. This is one of the very important things in the confocal microscopy. Then you have to use the correct cover. So there is something called as refractive index. I'm not going to the details of refractive index. So you have to what we use and the medium mounting medium what we use match with the sample. Then avoid compression or distortion of the sample. So you should not compress the sample. Then what happens is the 3D architecture goes off. Then you should prepare the samples in such a way that it should follow the inverted light path. Then match the sample and its surrounding medium by refractive index, which I already told you. Spectral properties of your fluorophores before taking the image. You should know in what wavelength it gets excited, because if you are using a multicolor imaging, so you will be using multiple chromes or fluorophores, you will have close excitation. Excitation. So these are the 8 important steps for the confocal image. So the dye selection and sample preparation. So when you, what do you mean by the dye selection? So the dye should be selected in such a way that they should not have much cross talk. Suppose if I want to investigate 2 proteins, whether they are present together. So I cannot use the label the protein with almost close wavelength of light. That I will show you some examples. That time it will be very clear. So when you select the dye, you should select the dye in such a way that it should be water soluble. It should be for the cell to take up. Then it should show the membrane permeability. So a compound should enter the cell. Then it should bind to its receptor. And you can also, some of the fluorescent molecules, what happens is that once it is taken up, it is fused by certain enzymes in the cell, and then they show the fluorescent property. So in that time, so the enzymatic conversion rate also. So you have the in vitro, then they have a large collection of these fluorescent molecules. So you can go to the in vitro then get groups for cytoskeletal proteins, organelles, lipids and membranes, then exocytosis, endocytosis, and so on. Okay, then you have the pH indicators and many indicators. So again coming to the choosing the correct dye. So how you have to choose the dye? So it should have a appropriate excitation. So you should know what is the excitation source of your or the wavelength of your mind. That then it should have a high quantum ease spectra, so that you can do multiple imaging. Then or multicolor imaging, minimal susceptibility to photobleaching. It should not bleach very fast. So that if it bleaches very fast, then you will not be able to capture the images of the label. So if you are using a mitochondrial probe, so it should bind to mitochondria. It should not bind to ER or Golgi body. If it binds, you are gone. So you will get all the other information. These are some of the important this one. So next 5 minutes I am going to. So this is how the major component of the confocal microscope. So you have an objective, then immersion oil which you use, then cover slip and tap. Above that you will put the oil, then you have the object. Okay. So cover slip. So you must be thinking why cover slip is important. One of the important confocal microscope. So why cover slip is important? Because see, 170 micron or lesser needs to be used when you do for the confocal imaging. So what happens is that, so since this is lot of physical principles are involved, so you can get aberration. I'm not going to the details of that. Spread of the focal point can happen, then loss in resolution can happen, then intensity can decrease. So all these are some of the to get correct image. So if you don't use a proper cover slip, so you are going to introduce this kind of aberration, and ultimately you will not get the desired. So generally, a cover slip of 170 microns is recommended for confocal imaging. Okay, so you are with me? Yes or no? Archit, yes or no? So generally, these are the see use. So in practical class, we use different cover slips. So if you see that the plastic box which comes along with the cover slip, 0, 1, 1.5, and 2. So what it means? It means the thickness of the cover slip. So if you have this 0 refers to 0.08 to 0.12 micron meter. Similarly, 1 refers to 0.13 to 0.16 micron meter. And 1.5 refers to the 0.16 to 0.19. And this is the cover slip which you have to use for the confocal microscope. What you are going to do is some of these errors. And you are not going to get a good image. So there are several chemicals which we fix. So I'm not going to the details of that. So we can discuss later. So many chemicals we fix, and we also do something called as permeabilization, because when you use antibody, these are all very huge molecules, so they have to enter inside the cell. Okay, so for that what we do is we use something like tritonex 100, pin 20, methanol, ethanol, or paraformaldehyde. These are the fixatives which we use. So fix that. So the importance of fixing is, one, you are fixing that cell in that particular point. Second one is the protein has to enter inside the cell, or the antibody has to enter inside the cell. Being specific. So I will skip some of these slides. So I'm not going to the details of that. I will directly go to this is very important. So these are some of the instruments or some of the consumables we use in the confocal imaging. So these are the glass water Petri plates which are common use. Depending upon what type of experiments you want to do, you can use different types of dishes. So you have from LabTech, you have from IDBI. So there are many companies which use. So here you have 4 compartments. So 4 samples can be, or you have 1 test and 1 control and 4 tests. So that can be done. So multi-point imaging or some kind of drug treatment, and you want to identify a protein, that can be done. So 4 experiments can be done here. So here it is used for 1 experiment. So now you also have here you have 8. So these are called as chambered slides. They come with different dimensions. We utilize for depending upon your requirement. Just skip this slide. So some of the applications. So next 2-3 minutes I'll finish my talk. So these are the applications which we generally do using confocal. So generally it is mostly used for to identify the localization and co-localization. Then photo bleaching studies. So how good is your protein? We identify. Then FRET can be done, fluorescence resonance energy transfer, whether a 2 molecules protein-protein interaction. If it happens inside the cell, that can be monitored using FRET. Then fluorescence resonance energy transfer is done. Okay. Imaging, multiphoton imaging. So these are many applications. Some of the applications which we can do with the confocal microscope. So I'm not going to tell what we are doing. So, but what type of images we get, that I'm going to show you. So this is one of the gene which we identified at our center. That this gene is downregulated in cervical cancer because of epigenetic modification, and it acts as an important tumor suppressor. So now So we know that it's a tumor suppressor gene. Now the next question is how it works. Okay, and how it works in a sense. So with what it gets exactly. What is its compartmentalization? With what protein it gets? Right. Does it have any impact on the some of the arguments? So all these questions we started investigating. For that we have to go for a cell biology based experiment, confocal microscopy. So I'm not going to the details of this. So these are some of the in vitro assays we have done, where we clone this gene, we transfected into cell lines. So it was cloned in a retroviral vector. Then it was delivered. We developed the overexpression models and as well as knockdown models. So I'm not going to the details of that. So then we also did some mice experiments to show that it inhibits the tumor growth. So this is of the interest for this particular. So what? So we have used CHA, a cervical cancer cell line, as a model system, and in this CHA cell line, this gene doesn't express. It is silent because of DNA message. Okay, so we forcefully express this, and next what we investigated is where exactly it is localized. So you can see here, it is localized in the plasma membrane of the cell. You got the point? So this is how we do the localization. You transfect with the fusion protein, and then you start imaging. Then identify. So where exactly they are localized. So the gene of our interest is actually localized in the plasma. Also done a live imaging, so you can see here imaging, and this is a live imaging where we cloned the gene PGFTC vector, and we transfected and we developed the overexpression model, and we started investigating. So it's allowing. And then next important thing is, so we were interested in when we did some kind of gene expression microarray and next generation sequencing. So and lot of bioinformatics we applied, we identified that it inhibits the Wnt. So our interest was whether this gene interacts with some of the members of Wnt signaling, whether they physically interact or it is through some indirect interact. So in order to investigate that, we did a co-localization experiment. So CTNNB1 refers to the beta-catenin gene, and this is the one which is talked to me. It's basically it's a two-color imaging. So we have tagged the DOCK2B protein with the FITC, and here it is tagged with the TC. Then when we overlaid the two images, we captured separately, and this blue color is nothing but the nucleus. And when we images were merged. Okay, so you can see in many places yellow color. So what it indicates? What do you mean by yellow color? So if you mix red and green color in equal proportion, you are going to get yellow color. That indicates that both the proteins they are present together in a merge. So you have to do a lot of statistical analysis, Pearson correlation, Spearman correlation, all those kind of things. I don't know how to do it. Software. So we have a LAS software. So my job is to just capture image, and the pipeline is there. I just put this image, so it gives me a output. So what it shows is that there is a co-localization. They are present together. It doesn't mean that they interact with each other. To identify the interaction, so either we have to do immunoprecipitation based experiment or spread based experiment. That is what we currently doing. Then we also were interested in whether it is involved in the some of the aspects of mitochondrial glycolysis or mitochondrial functioning. Yes. So you can see here. So this is the panel with where it doesn't have a gene, and this is the panel with the gene, same cell line. So you can see here the mitochondria here is very well developed. Okay, tubular mitochondria. Whereas here when it comes, so they are all stagnant. Can you see the difference? Same cell line, but only difference is here the gene is doesn't getting expressed. Here we have overexpressed the gene. See the difference. From this experiment, what we concluded is that so it indeed is associated with the mitochondrial function. So same thing we have observed when we knock it up. So we have used a lentiviral approach to knock it up. So you can see here, this is in the presence of the gene, and this is in the absence of the gene. Sorry, this is in the present, and this is in the absence. So in the absence, similar to this, so you have well-developed mitochondria network, whereas in the presence these kind of questions, biological questions, can be addressed with the help of confocal microscopy. And similarly, you can also track the mitochondrial DNA. You can see here. So we have used something called as pico-green dye. So you can see here. So pico-green dye is wherever DNA is there, it will go and bind. Body or in our cell, we have two sources for the DNA. One is nucleus, so the major portion here, and the other one here. Can you see the dot? So these are nothing but the mitochondria. So how to say that this is mitochondrial DNA? So we have signed with a dye called as mitotracker. It specifically goes and binds to the mitochondria. So now when you superimpose the image, so what you see? So many places you can see the yellow color. Can you see here the yellow color? Yes or no? Archit, can you see? so this indicates that they are all localized within the mitochondria. Okay, you got the point? So this is how we do the experiment. So we use, and again, so very clear, we can see here. So this is the one. So here you can see many yellow dots indicating that more mitochondrial DNA is present. Here you can see few yellow dots indicating that mitochondrial DNA is present. So we have confirmed this with flow cytometry and other experiments. So I am not going to the details of all these things. I am going to skip. Very important one of the important application in the what we do is see. So these experiments are used the localization of the protein in the presence or absence of certain stimuli. Okay. This protein, so got to be so in an unstimulated condition, so you can see, so the entire cell is, when you put the calcium outside the culture medium or glucose, so what happens? All the proteins, they get concentrated in the plasma. Can you see here? So these kind of time-lapse experiment also people do with the help of confocal microscope. Study from our group, Joshi. Dr. Joshi has investigated the DNA-based nets and their importance in diabetes. Microscopy is one of the greatest application of physics towards the biology, and which we use for imaging various aspects of cellular and subcellular imaging to identify, quantify, localize, and many other things we do as of this confocal microscopy. And I would like to acknowledge these people. So our director sir for setting up the confocal microscopy at our institute. So the clinicians who provide us the clinical samples for our study, Dr. Pustagi sir, Disha madam, and Sarja Banerjee. So they give us samples, and Raghu sir and Dr. Sanjeevan and Sandeep Malya, they are associated with us for doing the bioinformatic analysis and the next generation sequencing. And these are in fact the people who are associated with the work. So I would like to thank them all, and the funding agency, and DSA for funding this project, the Manipal University. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. Shekhar, Associate Professor, Department of Cellular and Molecular Biology. Sorry. To present the memento to Dr. Shah. Thank you, sir. As we now come to the end of this session, we break off for lunch. The lunch is served on the second floor at KMC Food Court. We shall reassemble for the next session at 2:15. The speakers of all the sessions will be available for questions in the lunch break.